I've had plenty of people getting in touch saying that they went the right way. So definitely one that has split opinion. Definitely one that, I feel like the majority are probably with Sammy should have won. The reason why I say that is because there's a lot of support for Sammy. Sammy is a super hot babyface. The story had been excellent. It's grabbed a lot of people's attention. I think just from like the comments that I've been seeing, I think more have been saying that he should have won. But to be honest, it is far from 100%. Far from 100%. I mean, it could be like a 70-30 kind of a split. Just trying to gauge off what I've seen. So very interesting. That's been kind of where the topic of conversation has been all around, what should have happened at Elimination Chamber. And that's been the big talking points. Coming out of that, the other big talking point, of course, has been Ariel Helwani and Michael Cole and Tony Khan. That's been one of the more fun talking points. And Ariel Helwani was on his show today, and he was firing back at Tony, and we can get into some of the things that were said there. But yeah, as I said, by and large, I think the show was well received. The crowd were incredible on Saturday. People seemed... It's definitely a show that's had people talking. I think the idea that it was just a B show, that it's just a B show, it's just a little, stop on the road to WrestleMania. That wasn't true, was it? That just isn't true. This was a big show. It was a big show. It had everyone talking. Everyone's got opinions on it. And, we move on now. So now we head to WrestleMania. We found out earlier today as well that John Cena is going to be on an upcoming Raw. And what's really interesting is there are reports that Austin Theory recorded some stuff with Cena last year. So it is believed that there is some footage of Theory and Cena interacting that we haven't seen. So I'm guessing that might show itself. That could play a part in Cena coming back. And I don't know. I mean, look, him against Theory, I think would be fantastic if that is the direction that we're going. And it feels like it probably is. So if that is the direction that we're going, that would be awesome. But I don't know that we are going to get John Cena at WrestleMania. We're just going to have to wait and see. But I hope we do. It's a match I would love to see. Gaming Content Channel, shout out to you, said, do you think we will see Bray on Raw tonight? There's been a little bit of conversation around Bray, but I must admit, not as much as I was expecting. I think it's probably because he wasn't on the show on Saturday. So as a result of that, there was no kind of Bray chatter. But do I think we will see him tonight? I think there's a good chance that we will. I think he's going after Bobby. I think Brock is going to get suspended. I think if you put your hands on a referee, I think you do that for a reason. You do that to get suspended, basically. I mean, I can't see any way that they will just allow Brock to just carry on and there won't be repercussions. Apparently, the second F5 to the referee was not even planned. Like that one, he just gave out for free. So I don't know. I mean, he definitely attacks the referee in the ring. Then he goes further with the F5 on the outside. You just can't do that. I mean, you can't do that. That's, there's one thing WWE are pretty good at, and that is if you put your hands on a referee, like there being repercussions. We saw it not long ago with Bobby Lashley being warned about that from Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce said to Bobby Lashley, you can't do that. You can't put your hands on a referee. If it happens again, you're going to be fired. And it did happen again, and he did get fired. And then obviously Adam Pearce walked back on those comments, but it wasn't just ignored. It wasn't just a case that, you beat up a referee. Oh, that's unfortunate. There's got to be a repercussion there. So my guess is that something will come out of that story, and we will see Brock getting in trouble for doing what he did to the ref. I think Bobby and Bray will then engage in a feud. I think it'll be Bobby. I can't 100% say it's Bobby because as people keep sending on Twitter, Bray said, whichever one of you walks out alive, and people seem to be under the impression that it was Brock that walked out alive. Now, technically, both of them walked out alive. As far as I know, Bobby Lashley is alive. But Bray did also say, whichever one of you walks out alive, whichever one of you is the winner. So he did say, whichever one of you is the winner, as well as saying, whichever one of you walks out alive. Now, I agree, it's not clear as to which way Bray goes, but I'm leaning, I would say, 80-20 towards Bobby, because for me, Bobby won the match. I think you would only go that way if the result of the match needed to go that way. I can't imagine why you would have Bobby go over Brock, because if the result of the match didn't matter. But I think the fact that Bray had made it clear that he wanted the winner, I was watching that match thinking, well, I feel like Bobby is going to win this, because I think Bobby makes more sense to face Bray, because Bobby is a heel, whereas Bray is a face. So I think Bobby makes more sense. It might not be as exciting, but I think it makes more sense. So I was looking and watching, how are they going to do it? How are they going to have Bobby win? And then they did the finish they did, and you go, that's how. That makes sense. And then, of course, Brock's upset, does the beatdown after. So, as I said, I'm about 80-20 that it's Bobby. Maybe even 90-10. I feel pretty good about it. So, I'm thinking if Bobby's on the show, I do quite fancy Bray to make his presence felt tonight. What I wanted to do is just go over to WWE, because I haven't done that yet. So, I do like to go over there and just have a little look and see where we are in regards to a preview. Normally, I like to watch the preview. Here we go. So, US title match, Theory and Edge tonight on Raw. So, it was really weird how they did this. They did a press conference afterwards, and basically Theory said he was going to do an open challenge, and then Edge said that he would accept that open challenge. Now, they didn't make it clear to me that match was definitely set in stone. It just felt to me at the time that Edge was going to accept it. Just so you know, I'm going to be the one that accepts it. But since then, they have made it official, so it doesn't look like it is an open challenge anymore. It looks like it is just Theory versus Edge. So I did wonder if Edge could try an answer and then get taken out by Finn Balor, and then that would leave a mystery person to take on Austin Theory tonight. But as I said, doesn't look like it's going to go that way. Other than that, there's really not much in regards to a breakdown. I can see that the official preview has only got 3 topics. So, title showdown, Theory versus Edge, Asuka going to WrestleMania. So, we've got that. And then there's also a little interaction between Mustafa Ali and Dolph Ziggler that they're trying to promote. I think WWE have sent out as well Miz and Seth Rollins. So we should be getting that. There's been some teases for Chelsea Green, but by and large, it's not a card that's pretty stacked at the moment. Not that we do tend to get stacked cards in advance of WWE shows. It's not like AEW. But even so, those are the few things that we've got coming up. So Seth against Miz, Austin Theory against Edge, Mustafa Ali against Dolph Ziggler, something on the show for Chelsea Green. We're sure to see Asuka. We're sure to see Bobby Lashley. We are sure to see, I would imagine, Judgment Day and Rhea Ripley. I would imagine we will get those, but no confirmation of that. Dark Knight said Adam Pearce should get suspended for doing nothing every time the Bloodline run riot and spend an hour destroying someone, says Dark Knight. Niall said, did you see Cena is advertised for Raw in March? I did. It's very exciting. Dorothy said, I'm hoping Edge beats Theory for the United States Championship. Trish is on Raw tonight, says Jim. I haven't seen that confirmed anywhere. I mean, it would make sense. We're still in Canada, I believe, and it certainly feels. I mean, I thought that Becky and Lita and Trish against Damage Control would be on the Elimination Chamber cards. And there was rumors that Trish was backstage just last week. So we were watching last week, waiting for Trish to potentially come down, and she never did. So that was a little bit strange. I actually don't know what happened there. I don't know if there were plans to do that match at Elimination Chamber, or if the plans were to start the build for the WrestleMania match. And maybe they thought it would be a bit confusing. People might tune into Elimination Chamber thinking they'll see that match, but it's not. It's actually for WrestleMania. Don't know. Haven't seen anything on Trish, legit, but then I haven't really looked, if I'm going to be completely truthful. So if she is there, that's interesting. It's looking boring, said Rock and Sock Connection. I'm Canadian. I'm not excited for Trish. Feels like they missed an opportunity, and now it's lost its chance to mean anything. Dorothy said, R.I.P. to Austin Theory's United States title reign. Did you like my video I put out? What was your thoughts? Said excellent. Said Edwards. Yeah, I thought it was excellent. I thought it was very good. I saw you. I didn't get a chance to respond, but I saw you say, should you send it to the web? My answer to that would have been, I think Patrick hit me in a DM the other day saying he and Nolene had a great idea about doing awards for the community and actually having I don't know what the topics would be. I don't know who the candidates would be. I literally said might have to put it on the back burner because that feels like it's going to be quite a bit of work, because we would need categories. We would need obviously nominees. We would need voting. We would need to sort all of that out. And that doesn't feel like it's going to be a 5-minute job, but that is definitely something we could look to do. And I thought maybe that your video could feature as a part of that somehow. So, I thought it was excellent. I'd put it on the back burner for just a little bit because that feels like probably the next opportunity to do something, because I'd like to do that. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a really good idea by Patrick and Nolene. So I need to speak to Tommy about it. Nor Wrestling Pod said Finn will probably cost Edge tonight. Then Edge goes on to say that they will end this once and for all at WrestleMania inside Hell in a Cell. That is rumored. The rivalry deserves that, said Nor Wrestling Pods. Janice said, I've got Edge winning the title from Theory tonight. Jojo said Theory is definitely winning tonight. Well, I tell you what, this is a bigger topic of conversation than I was anticipating. I wasn't expecting this to be something that people were going to hotly debate. Okay, well, let's put this question in. Who do you think leaves as US champion? I mean, to be honest, I think it's going to be Theory. I don't think we're going to put it on Edge, because I agree. I think Finn will interfere, but I don't know. It seems like there's a good, healthy amount of people in the chat thinking that they could put the belt onto Edge. And to be perfectly truthful, an Edge United States Championship run, don't mind that. I'd be quite interested to see what that looks like. I don't know that I can see them taking it off Austin Theory. Because he just survived Elimination Chamber. He didn't need to defend this against Edge. It feels like we're maybe doing this to get a title match on tonight's show. And also because Finn can cost Edge the title. So Edge is about to win. Oh my God, here's Finn, come for revenge. Oh, just when you thought that this feud was over. And then boom, we go to WrestleMania. So yeah, I do agree. I'm thinking Finn interferes as well, but I don't know. Perhaps there's a few of you out there that are keeping them fingers crossed for Edge. What if Edge wins in order to give Balor gold at WrestleMania? Said Muse0042. I can't see Balor winning at WrestleMania, to be honest, because this story has been Edge set up the Judgment Day, and he got obviously attacked by Finn and taken out. Then he comes back, which I think, did he come back at SummerSlam? We got those cryptic videos, and then basically, boom, Edge came back, and then, we get a run to Extreme Rules. Extreme Rules is the I Quit match. They then make him say I quit because they threaten Beth. They then go away again. They come back. Then, yes, we finally get a win at Elimination Chamber for Edge. Now, this is really, one of the only times I can remember him succeeding. I can't remember Edge getting the better of this feud. That's the only time that he's really stood tall. Other than that, he's been beaten down. And so I just don't know that I can see us going now and having Finn Balor win at WrestleMania. I would have Edge as a firm favorite in that match against Finn Balor, because I just think that the babyface surely prevails at the end of this feud, and Edge is the babyface who's been beaten down time after time. His wife has been threatened and all of this kind of stuff. I don't know that win on Saturday is enough for Edge. Like, it would be if he got left alone now. If he was left alone right now, that would be fine. Like, lovely, done. But I don't think he's going to be. And then I think we go to WrestleMania. And then, honestly, can we see Finn Balor win in there? I really would think Edge would get the win. I would think that you would wrap it up and put a bow on it and done, and babyface wins in the end, and we can all move forward with our lives. So, I listen, if Edge wins tonight, I'll be surprised. If he then goes to WrestleMania and loses the title to Finn, I'll be surprised, because that will be at least two things that I wouldn't have expected. But yeah, look, there's things that happen in wrestling that I don't expect, of course. So it could go that way. There's nothing physically stopping us going that way. I just think it's probably more likely Austin Theory retains, to be honest. And then we get Edge and Balor. Rumored Hell in a Cell. And I don't know that, in all fairness, if you've got a Hell in a Cell match, you don't need a title involved as well, because Edge and Balor is exciting enough, really, anyway. Two great stars. It's not like we've got, Akira Tozawa against Mustafa Ali, right? You might like one of them, you might like both of them, but I don't know anyone that loves both of them. But Edge is loved. Finn Balor, I think, is well respected. Dare I say loved? Certainly loved when he was the Demon. So two big names going up against each other inside Hell in a Cell. You don't really need anything else there, do you? You don't really need anything else. Like, done. Lovely. That's a match that people will look forward to. And then you can have the US title elsewhere, because there might be feuds that kind of need the belt, to be honest, that might be elevated by being for a championship, Anna, shout out to you. I hope you're well, my friends. Appreciate the support. I was thinking of Anna the other day, and I was thinking of a few people, actually, and I was like, I haven't seen Anna in a while. Hope she's well. And then, boom, here you are, back in my life. Obviously, Elimination Chamber is got people talking. And without even seeing Anna's comment, my guess is it's probably going to be around what happened on Saturday. Let's have a look. I'm in the minority. Okay. I seriously feel the last 12 months of the Bloodline story has been thrown away. I don't know that you're... Oh, that's a trick. That's a tough one, I don't know that you're in the minority. That's what I was going to say. And we're supposed to now get behind a quick turnaround for Cody Roman feuds. I feel cheated a little. Oh, Anna. I don't know that you're in the minority, to be honest. I think this one is very hard to gauge, because I think people have got very passionate opinions on this subject. This is one of those topics that people are very passionate about. I am passionate that Sammy should have won on Saturday, right? And I have had conversations on Twitter with people that are passionate that the direction we've gone is the correct direction. Okay. So I've yet to really encounter too many people that are like, yeah, I didn't mind either way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think people were heavily invested. This was one of those where you was either all in on Sami or you was all in on going to WrestleMania and Cody being the one, right? And I think that what the conversation seems to come down to is, did you want both Sami and Cody to benefit, or did you want all your eggs in one basket and for Cody to benefit? Because there isn't really much for Sami now. And if anyone wants to have a conversation with me and say that winning the tag belts matters, I mean, it just doesn't, does it? It just doesn't. They don't matter. I mean, these tag belts, they stand in the background of Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns stands there with his championships, whilst the tag champs are basically his lackeys, right? Love the Usos, but we have said many times that they have to take a lot of bumps. They are basically at times the J&J security for Roman Reigns. They are basically the Singh brothers for Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is the one that we have to protect. Roman Reigns is the head of the table. He is the tribal chief, and the rest of the bloodline are in place to ensure that he succeeds. So what optic is that? What message is that? That the tag champions are the ones being chucked around. They're the ones that are doing, like, interfering, running down, doing whatever they can to help Roman, whilst they stand in the background and they acknowledge Roman. There is no angle that you can approach this where you can tell me that the tag titles mean as much as the undisputed Universal Championship. Not only as the tag belts never main evented WrestleMania, when do they main event any pay-per-view show, premium live event show? You know, when do they close the show at even a B show pay-per-view? Like, I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure someone can go, well, actually, blah, 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 right? I'm not interested in that conversation. I think if you look at the history of WWE, how many times has it happened, right? When has it happened? Like, how many times has it happened? If it has happened at all, you can count it, like, on one hand, right? Compared to the amount of times the Universal or the WWE champion has closed the show. Again, if you go to a house show, who's going to close the show, right? Is it going to be the Usos? Is it going to be Roman Reigns? Right? It's probably going to be Roman Reigns if Roman's there. Like, when do you see Roman playing second fiddle to the tag belts? You don't, right? When did you see Hulk Hogan playing second fiddle to the tag belts? When did you see Stone Cold doing it? The tag belts have never meant as much as the main title. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm not saying anything brand new. I'm not saying anything revolutionary, right? I'm not saying anything that's going to blow anyone. There's no one there going, wow, he's right, you know. There's not a single person in the world is thinking that right now, because everyone knows that that is the truth. There is one universal truth, and it is not that we want to walk with Elias. It's that the tag belts are mid-card belts. They are equivalent, say, to a US title or an Intercontinental title. And that's not a problem. I've got no problem with that. Like, I'd love to see them get elevated. I'd love to see a vibrant tag division. I'd love to see them main event night one of WrestleMania. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with them main event in some B show pay-per-views. I would love for them, the current tag champs, to not have to do the job for Roman. We've had this conversation. I've said before, I don't like seeing the Usos, the current tag champs, being chucked around ringside. I had to watch one of them get knocked out by Jake Paul. Jake Paul came down to the ring at Crown Jewel and knocked out one of the Usos. And now I'm meant to believe that the tag belts are this massive achievement. Oh my God, it's going to be so incredible when Sami Zayn gets those instead of getting the undisputed Universal. Like, I'm very passionate about this, that this is not even a runners-up prize. It's not even close. It's not even in the same solar system. of achievements, right? To go from potentially winning the Undisputed Universal. And I know there'll be some people saying, yeah, but the plan was never for him to win it. No, I understand that. But an audible could have been called. You could have read the room. You could have looked at the situation, seen what had been created, look at how special that moment was, and you could have pulled the trigger. You could have done it. The opportunity was there. There was nothing stopping that from happening. If Triple H wanted to pull the trigger, call an audible, make that change, he could have done it. And I heard earlier today that there was a lot of higher-ups in WWE that did want that audible to be called. Dave Meltzer thinks they made a mistake by not putting the belt on Sami Zayn. Ariel Helwani did his show earlier, said they made a mistake not putting the belt on Sami Zayn. Like, people are very passionate on this. I'm very passionate they should have done it. And then there's a lot of people that are very passionate that they did the right thing. So what I would say is wherever you are on that argument, it's fine. It's absolutely fine, right? The one thing that I agree with Anna on is like, where do we go now? Like, we go to WrestleMania, we put Sami in a tag match, he wins the tag titles, it'll be a banger, it'll be a great story, it'll be a great match. No one's saying that it won't. But when you've nearly reached the top of Mount Everest, climbing up the local hill that's down the road and getting to the top of that, it ain't going to feel as great, is it? Do you know what I mean? If you've nearly got to the top of Everest, trying to climb the local hill down the road all of a sudden doesn't seem like as big of an achievement. And we almost had Sami as Undisputed Universal Champion, and now we've got to go and put some tag belts on him. So I'm in complete agreement with Anna, to be honest. I think that this Bloodline story, it might not have been the intention to have had Sami win the title. The opportunity was there, though. They could have pulled the trigger. I will always believe they should have pulled the trigger. For me, that goes down as one of the biggest mistakes result-wise ever. Like, I put it at, I think Sting should have beaten Triple H at WrestleMania 31. I think Sting, we don't know how many WrestleManias he was going to have. That was his only WrestleMania. They brought him in. People know Sting. I really don't believe there was people or too many people that were like, who's that? I understand that WCW had been out of business for quite a while, but oh my God, it was Sting. I mean, it's not my fault if you don't know who this legend is. So, Sting not winning. Apparently the reason they did that was because they wanted to do Triple H Rock the next year, and that match never happens. But I don't care about that, all right? I don't care that you actually wanted me to be upset because you had plans to have Triple H as a heel and then do a match a year later. There's so many ways that you could have got heat on Triple H. Him beating Sting at WrestleMania 31, I just don't even know that would have been a factor by the time we got to WrestleMania 32. So, that as an excuse is just nonsense. And whatever the reasoning is going to be, and I'm guessing it's going to be we were just all in on Cody. It's as simple as that, Sami got over at the wrong time. Any other time they would have pulled the trigger, but just can't do it right now. Can't do it right now because we've got to be all in on Cody. And for me, I think that's what this boils down to. You're either all in on Cody, right? And I've got nothing against Cody. I hope he wins. I hope he gets the belt. It'll be a great moment. But I think we could have done that anyway. He could have come out of WrestleMania with the belt, and we still could have had Sami achieving what Sami, almost achieved. We can never get back to that moment on Saturday. When will we ever get a crowd as hot as that again? I mean, I hope I'm proved wrong, but how often have you seen crowds like Saturday? I mean, when do they come around? It's just so difficult. That was obviously a hometown hero that had been built incredibly well. I mean, we would have to go back to Montreal for Sami. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, we would literally have to do again what we did on Saturday in order to get... I don't think there's anywhere else in the world we could go and get a reaction like that for Sami. So if Sami is to do it, we would literally have to go back to where we were on Saturday. Hence why Saturday was such a special opportunity. Everything was in place. I completely agree. I agree. I don't know that you're in the minority, Anna. I really don't. I don't know where the opinion is. I think it's really interesting. It's an interesting conversation. I must admit, it's one that I don't want to have, though, for very long. I don't want to be banging on about it for like the next half an hour and then going back to it all throughout the stream and blah, 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 right? Because I feel like we've got to move on. I mean, it's done. I think that's like maybe the healthy way to look at it. The decision was made. And some people are happy with it and some people aren't happy with it. So it's a case now of getting behind Sammy and chanting for Sammy and rooting for Sammy and hoping for the best for Sammy. And, you know, I mean, look, his career's not over. That wasn't like, you know, loser leaves WWE. He'll go to WrestleMania. He'll be on the cards. He'll, you know, get great support. And we'll just follow the story, see where it goes. And hope that they can find a way of getting him back to that level and giving him that moment, because I just think, I mean, I went back and watched him last year and he always delivers. It was going to need a very special superstar to make that jackass stuff work, you know. Having a feud with Johnny Knoxville and really selling it and really getting invested in it and really making that work. Everything about Johnny Knoxville being in WWE should be something that I absolutely hate. I am not a fan of celebrities in wrestling, as everybody knows, right? I love them coming in, but I'm a big believer that if you're a singer, come in, do your song, right? Be a guest timekeeper, be a referee on the outside of the ring, right? You have got no reason to step between those ropes, right? I'm a big believer in that, right? You don't have celebrities coming into the Premier League, right? Trying to play for Manchester United. You don't have celebrities stepping inside the UFC, you know, having a go at Francis Ngannou or John Jones because they, you know, have seen it and they think that it'd be a laugh, right? The fact that we do this with wrestling, we can do it because, of course, it's scripted. We can do it. The optics to me just aren't brilliant, because the idea that anyone can come in and do it is honestly offensive to me. I find it so offensive because these are highly, highly trained performers. And Joe Bloggs off the streets should just be absolutely destroyed by them. And that's how I see a lot of these celebrities. Just Joe Bloggs is off the street. I don't care if they can sing or dance or really good doing origami. I don't give a flip, right? They're not highly trained professional wrestlers, as they wouldn't be highly trained Premier League performers or highly league NFL performers. Imagine, like, I don't know, Adam Sandler, like, lining up for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, look, people would tune in, but I could only imagine it would be a disaster. So, yeah, I'm not a fan. But that Johnny Knoxville story and the match, granted, not all of the match. I thought the ending in particular was not for me. But Sammy did such a great job with that. And Johnny, in all fairness. I'm going to give credit to Johnny. I think Johnny went about it the right way. I think he got it. And so, yeah, it was really impressive. I've gone back and watched it. Like the builds, the insane segments when he was trying to jump over the ring in a shopping trolley. Like, Sammy has always been an excellent professional wrestler, promo. He's always knocked his segments out of the park. He's always just been waiting for an opportunity. And the opportunity with the Bloodline was one that Sammy created, because he went up to management and said, listen, how about this? I'm the locker room leader. That's the tribal chief, the head of the table. How about we do some fun? Like, apparently it didn't come from creative. It came from Sammy. So Sammy created that opportunity himself. Wasn't getting to Roman. Clearly, Vince wanted to keep them apart because in Vince's mind, I'm not interested in you and Roman. I don't need you together on screen. I want to do Cody and Roman, right? I've got no interest. But once Vince left, Triple H was a bit more, all right, let's go with it. Let's see. And, you know, we'll put you with Roman. Provide some good segments, whatever. So he puts him with Roman. Sammy kills it. Sammy kills it. Because that's what Sammy does. Kills it. He kills segments. You put him in a segment, he kills it. Right? He smashes it out of the park. He did an absolutely fantastic job in the Bloodline, and his reward was Montreal. That was his reward. So he got to Montreal, and he falls short, and that's it. Some people wanted him to win. Some people are happy with the direction it's going, and that's it. I mean, that's it. We can talk about it till we're blue in the face, but the decision was made. And so now we have to get behind him, cheer him on, hope that he succeeds further down the roads. It's not going to affect my rooting for Cody. I must admit, though, I do agree that if it wasn't for Cody, Sammy would have won. I'm sure of it on Saturday. And I think they're saving Roman for Cody. And so for me, Cody, I will be interested to see, how the crowd react to him. He's going to get cheered. People love Cody and they want him to succeed. I think the smart fans must know, though, that he does carry some responsibility for Sammy not winning on Saturday. Not his fault. Not his fault. Not his decision. But we can't escape the fact that Roman's being saved for Sammy at WrestleMania. So, yeah, it's not gonna stop me wanting Sammy to do it. Cody, I've got Sammy on the brain. It's not going to stop me wanting Cody to do it. But I can totally see where you're coming from, Anna. I can, honestly. I can totally see where you're coming from. I was deflated by it. I was so invested in that match. I can't remember the last match that I was that into. I mean, I was, at times, honestly, I forgot I was streaming. Seriously. There was times where I was in the match, watching it. It was everything you love about pro wrestling. The crowd were incredible. Everything was fantastic. I have no problem with people telling me that's a 5-star match. No problem with that at all. Some people might say it's a bit overbooked, what with Jay coming in, Jimmy coming in, his wife at ringside, all this kind of stuff. That's the only thing that would make me go, yeah, all right. I can see why you might go 4-7-5. If you think, there's just too many moving parts, too many people coming in. I can understand. But man, from a sheer enjoyment point of view, from a sheer being lost in the magic of it point of view, 5 stars for me. I mean, that's no doubt. No doubt. That is a match that I will happily show non-wrestling fans. If they go, you watch wrestling? You'd be like, yeah. Isn't it for kids? Have you seen Elimination Chamber 2023? Let me show you the main events, and then we'll have a little conversation afterwards about what you think, what your thoughts on wrestling were before you watched that match, and what your thoughts of wrestling are after you've watched that match. Because, I mean, they would have to be grabbed by the atmosphere. If you brought them up to date with the story, I'm sure the video package just before probably does that. But obviously you'd bring them up to date, right? This guy, right, he just wanted to be accepted. He went into the bloodline. Roman made him choose between that bloodline group or his lifelong friend. And at Royal Rumble, he chose his friend. And now here we are. These two are doing battle. The titles are on the line. His family's at ringside. I mean, you set the scene and then let them watch it. I just don't see how people wouldn't be like, wow, that's brilliant. Even if they're not in tears or anything after, I don't know how anyone could watch that and go, nah, it's not for me. Nah. It was amazing. Alexis said, I agree on tag. Roman versus Cody and Sammy versus Jay, said Alexis. You want to do a fatal? I haven't seen anyone propose a fatal 4-way, actually. That's the first fatal 4-way that I've seen proposed. Listen, what I would say about it is if the crowds are going to chant Sammy tonight, and he's clearly not on the show, right? But if they're going to chant Sammy, and there's going to be Sammy chants, and if they are going to buy the merch, and they're going to make their feelings known, if we get a Daniel Bryan type movement, he could be added to that main event, right? That door, I don't believe is closed and slammed shut and locked, right? I think if the fans demand it, I think he could get added to that main event. I don't think he will be added to that main event because I don't think the fans are going to demand it. I don't think because I was desperate for Sami, but I also know what they're doing, and I know that WrestleMania is Cody, right? And so if the plan was Roman Reigns versus Batista at WrestleMania, then the fans would demand it, right? If it was Roman versus someone we weren't that bothered about, someone that were like, oh, I'm not really, I like Batista, but no, this is Sami's time, then we would get a Daniel Bryan moment. This would be 2014. I've got no doubt about that. This would be 2014. And we would get loads of Sami chants, and we would get like people really trying to get Sami. There would be petitions and movements and all of this kind of stuff. But the problem is that Cody is really well liked, and people really like Cody. And so as a result of that, it'd be very interesting if back in 2014, when it was going to be that main event of Randy Orton and Batista, it would be very interesting if it was Randy and Cody, as to would the fans have made their voices as loud for Daniel Bryan? Because like, if this version of Cody was back then, right? Not the Cody of then, but this version, the one that's over, the one that went away and has come back and wants to do it for his dad and had the injury and all this kind of stuff. It'd be very interesting to know if the fans would have been as loud for Daniel Bryan and forced that change. Because obviously Daniel Bryan was meant to face Sheamus at WrestleMania 30. We keep saying it. That was the plan. He was meant to face Sheamus. He was not meant to be in the main event. The fans made it happen. The fans made it happen. The fans could get Sami into that main event. I just think the fan base is not going to be united behind that movement, because I think there's plenty of people that like Cody, plenty of people that want him to finish his story. And it's just come at the wrong time, isn't it? Simple as that. Sami's amazing moment just came at the wrong time. And if there was no Cody, I'd have to think that it would be Sami's time. I'd have to think that it would go down at WrestleMania. I'd have to think they would have pulled the trigger. It'd be fascinating to know how close Triple H was, and if it did actually cross his mind to do it. And what kind of pressure was he under? If the rumors are true that there were higher ups that wanted Sami to win, what kind of pressure was he under? What kind of conversations were being had? Did he consider it, or was it just always, nope, this is the plan and we're sticking to it? Don't know. Might never know. What if someone came up to you and said wrestling is fake? What match would you show them? Said Nick. I would show them Undertaker Mick Foley at Hell in a Cell. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the one. If you wanted to, it depends what point you're trying to make. If you're trying to make the point that it's scripted, but the injuries are still very real, like look at what this guy went through, then yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic option, isn't it? But if you want to show them that, all right, it's scripted, but that doesn't mean that the product is bad. Do you know what I mean? Like the idea that because it's scripted, it's bad is obviously very strange to us as wrestling fans. To us as wrestling fans, like obviously our rebuttal is usually TV shows are scripted, movies are scripted. What, you don't go to the cinema? Or when you go to the cinema, what, you only watch documentaries? Like that's obviously our kind of reactions to those kinds of things. I don't know. I've said before, I think if someone does say that, it always depends on how they're saying it. Some people can be like, I've been out with friends that have been like, so you like wrestling? That's all fake though, isn't it? And they've not said it in a nasty way. They've said it's always in a way that's like, I've never really watched it. Kind of, can you tell me a bit about it? They might as well say that, right? I've never really watched it. I don't know much about it. I know that it's got like, a bit of a stigma. What do you like about it? They might as well just say that. But instead it's like, it's fake, isn't it? And it kind of comes, and they mean well, right? So I never mind those conversations. I don't have those conversations often, but I have had them. The alternative is when someone's being a bit of a div, right? And they are just clearly not in a good mental headspace and they want to use it as a way of like, it's fake, isn't it? What, the fake stuff? Do you know what I mean? That's a very different tone. It's a very different context. And so, like, I don't know. I mean, like, if you wanted to get across the injuries, I think the Foley-Undertaker match is perfectly acceptable. If you want to get across that even though it's scripted, it's still an incredible, form of entertainment, still something that's worth admiring and respecting, then you just show them one of your favorite matches. I genuinely, because of that crowd reaction, Sammy Roman would be one of my go-tos now, because one of my other go-tos would have been maybe John Cena, Rob Van Dam, one night stands, which, you'd show them that because of the crowd. I feel like the crowd play a big part if you're trying to convince someone. It's better to have, 80-odd thousand people or whatever at WrestleMania going mental. Like, so maybe you would show them Undertaker, Shawn Michaels. Undertaker, Shawn, I think will always be my favorite match because I actually watched that with a non-wrestling fan. I actually watched WrestleMania that year with someone that didn't watch wrestling, had never watched wrestling. And they were around my flat. And I said, like, I'm going to watch this. Like, Fans coming over. They came over. We watched it together. And they were hooked. They were absolutely, like, oohing and ahhing at all the close falls. And they were right there. They were right there for it. They were absolutely in the moment. And it got them, grabbed them. And, I'm sure many of you have had those experiences, maybe watching with friends, family members that aren't into wrestling, where you've had a match that's come on and, it's just grabbed them, So Undertaker, Shawn would be one that would be up there. John Cena, Rob Van Dam would be up there. I think Sammy Roman would be up there. I mean, wow. Just the crowd reaction alone has to have it in the running. We haven't had a look at this poll in a hot minute. Let's quickly do that. We got, 13 minutes. Who do you think will leave as United States champion? We've had 587 votes. 65% of people think Austin Theory. 35% of people think that it's going to be Edge. So 65, 35, that's where we are at the moment. FaZe Coaster said WWE could go two routes with Theory. One, the likely option, Finn costs Edge, setting up a match. Two, Cena could cost setting up their match. Well, they haven't announced Cena tonight, so that would be quite the surprise. They have announced him for the future, like March Raw. But I can't say that I'm expecting that. I'm expecting Finn, as you said, the more likely outcome. But yeah, I suppose. I mean, hey, listen, wrestling, never say never. Joseph said, I think one of the best would be Rock, CM Punk, 2013 Royal Rumble, and Shield getting involved, said Joseph. She Dead said, this would be perfect finish for WrestleMania. Triple threat, Sammy, Cody, pin Roman at the same time, split the titles. I'm not sure about this, right? This has been brought up before, and I understand that the intention is good. Like, I understand that what we're trying to do is get the fairy tale end in there. But the reason why I'm not sure on that is because even though it splits the title, and I joked with LSW on Twitter because, again, we've been talking loads about this. And I said, like, if only we had 2 world championships, oh, God. Isn't it a shame we don't have 2 belts and 2 world titles? And Sammy could have one and Cody the other. Like, oh, God, I mean, that would make things so much easier. Do you know what I mean? Imagine having 2 world titles and having 2 people that are super over that both deserve, in my opinion, and in many people's opinions, to be world champion. Oh, God, if only we had 2 belts. If only we had 2 world titles. But the reason why I'm not sold on both pinning Roman at the same time at WrestleMania is because there's no precedent for it. it's never happened before, or at least I can't recall it happening before, where triple threat, both for pinning, titles, two belts go to the two people that did it, right? So what that would mean is that in that moment after it had happened, there would be confusion. It wouldn't be a big, oh, they're both champion, because we wouldn't know what's happening. And it would be a case where WWE would have to clarify the situation. And so you'd have to, I don't know, bring Adam Pearce out, bring out Vince McMahon, bring out Triple H. And then he would have to announce, well, you both pinned, you both deserve belts, you can have one each. Like, I just feel like it would seem like a bit of a cop-out. It would seem like a little bit of a, we don't quite know how to do this, so we're going to create this that we've never done before. We're just going to do this now. This is a thing now, whereby if you both pin the champions, you can both have a belt. Like, I don't know if I don't know, having that, like, the both pin confusion, Triple H saying you can both have belts, are you then going to get this? Because if Cody pins Roman, right, as soon as you get the 1, 2, 3, the crowd are going to go, right? The crowd are going to go to the moon, aren't they? Same with, like, Sammy on Saturday. If Sammy had pinned Roman, 1, 2, 3, crowd go mental. If you have two people pinning Roman, 1, 2, 3, crowd are going to go, what's happening? Do you know what I mean? Like, that pop is going to be like, what's going on? Who's won? It's just going to be confusion. And then, like, that means that the pop's not going to come from what happens in the ring. It's going to come from Triple H going, you can both have a belt. I just don't think that's going to, I just don't see that working as well. I just don't, that just doesn't grab me the same way, Listen, there's plenty of ways they could have done this. There's plenty of opportunities they've had in order to do this. I mean, they could have had Roman, like Adam Pearce, as we said, could have said to Roman, I need you to defend the Raw title. I need you to defend that. Like, because what I would like to do is defend both belts every 30 days and give, like, the Raw superstars an opportunity at the one belt, give SmackDown. I want to try and do that going forwards. And Roman then could be like, well, I'm not going to do that. And, I'm not going to start defending, like, twice and double the workload. And basically he doesn't do it as punishment. Raw title gets put up in the Rumble, something along those lines. And then the Rumble could have been used to have crowned a new champion. And Roman could have been in it, could have been eliminated. Oh my God, now we've got a new Raw champion. Now we've got a new WWE champion. And then all of a sudden Roman goes forward with the Universal, can defend that every 30 days. And the WWE title. So, I mean, that's just one way. There was people saying, like, how about Austin Theory cashes in and only cashes in on one? It says in the contract, I wouldn't have been crazy about that, because I think when he won it, I don't believe it said that it was only going to be for one. So I wouldn't have been crazy on that, but there was ways. There was ways that you could have split them. There was ways. We were waiting. I was stunned that they never split those belts. Absolutely stunned. If you think they only put them together to make that look bigger, doesn't it? It's got all the belts. So, like, him walking around with both the belts, him being the guy, like, I think visually they liked it and they stuck with it. And then, look where we are now. We've ended up where we've got two baby faces, two red hot baby faces, which is exactly what you want. I mean, like, it's perfect. It's perfect in the sense of Roman's got both the belts. He's a heel. You need baby faces to take the belts off him. And just not by chance, I suppose, but just the way it's gone, Sammy has come through SmackDown. Cody has come through Raw. They're both red hot. They're both right there. You've got two belts. It shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this difficult. So, yeah, look, we'll go round in circles on this one. I'm very aware that there's a division on this in many different aspects of this. And there'll be a division as to where this should go as well. This is going to be one that's going to be a bit tricky going forward because I gotta be honest. I mean, I would love to see Sammy get added into that match. I'd love to see Sammy get added into that match. I said on Twitter, what if the plan is to do Sammy and Kevin versus the Usos as the main event of night one? That might explain a few things. I'm still not crazy about it, right? It's still not good enough reason to not put the belt on Sammy, in my opinion. But what it does do is it elevates the tag belts. They've, to my knowledge, never main evented WrestleMania. So they would main event night one. That would be big for the tag belts. Usos definitely deserve to main event WrestleMania. I mean, you think about everything the Usos have done. You think about how fantastic they've been in this bloodline story. You think about Jay and Sammy. You think about all of those things. I don't think you're going to get any arguments from people about the Usos deserving to main event night one. And to be honest, when it comes to this conversation, I'm really not interested in listening to people saying it should be the women and all that kind of stuff, because I'm a massive supporter of women's wrestling. I have often said I think both the Rumble winners should main event WrestleMania. But I'm also a big believer that the people that deserve it, whether they're women, whether they're guys, deserve to get their rewards, right? I don't think you can make much of an argument against the Usos deserving to main event WrestleMania. Now, the WWE Championship is likely always going to main event night two. It's likely always going to close the show, right? So when would the tag belts do that? When would the tag belts main event WrestleMania? If the Universal Championship is always going to close night two, then there has to be a year where the tag belts main event night one. We can't just never have the tag belt. How is that fair to the tag teams? So we're saying to the tag teams, you'll never get chance to main event WrestleMania. Like, we can't say that. That's not fair. That's not fair to the tag team. It's not fair to the Usos to say that you'll never main event WrestleMania. They've got to, the opportunity has got to present itself at some point. So, listen, if the women don't main event night one, I don't have a problem with that. I think they should be main eventing on a regular basis WrestleMania. I think the women's Rumble winner should main event night one, men's Rumble winner night two. And honestly, if the women's story is hotter than the men's story, switch them round. Have the men do night one, have the women do night two. Like when Becky was the man, for example, you'd have her do night two. So I have no problems with that. But there has to be a year where I think we look at the tag division and we look at the tag teams and we go, they deserve it. And who knows, maybe at one point we'll say the exact same thing for the women's tag team division, right? Clearly not right now, but maybe, I don't know, 20 years in the future when it's popping and it's all amazing, maybe we'll look at it and go, this feud is amazing. It should main event night one. So I'm not interested in the conversation about, like, it should be women in that main event. I'm a big supporter of women's wrestling. I have no problem with women being in that position. I think they absolutely should be. But if we're going to say that for women, we should say it for tag teams as well. And so for this year, I think the Usos deserve it. So Usos against Kevin and Sammy, main event in night one. The story deserves it. The Usos deserve it. Sammy deserves it. Kevin did it last year, in all fairness, against Stone Cold. So does he deserve it? He's been a big part of the story. I love Kevin Owens. I certainly don't begrudge it him. So no problems there for me. Tag belts would be great for them to main event night one. And maybe explains why Sammy didn't win, because you're not going to have Sammy main event night one and night two if you can avoid it. So you're not going to put him in a tag match and then have him in the main event of night two. So I'm just speaking out loud, wondering if Triple H looked at it and thought, do you know what? I'll have Sammy go into night one main event. I'll put him in that tag match and he can go there. That'll make that match bigger. Sammy's super over, so it helps having Sammy in it. And then that leaves the path clear for Roman and Cody. So that I can't say that that's what Triple H is thinking, but It's the only thing that really makes sense to me. Because if Sammy Kevin against Usos is just going to be in the middle of the card on night one, I mean, oh my God, how disappointing. How disappointing. If it's just going to be in the middle of the card, night one. I mean, Sammy, who's been like so over, so popular, is just literally in the middle of the card. Right, we are starting with Raw. Imagine Cody wins at Mania, then Ted DiBiase Jr. Hits the goosebumps, said Roadman. Right, we are seeing, obviously, from Elimination Chamber, the footage of Sammy. How big is wrestling in the UK, said Midglington. As a Brit myself, I've not heard much. I think wrestling is pretty big in the sense of WWE. I think AEW as well has got a good footprint over here because it gets shown on ITV, not live, but I've been I think it's a Saturday night maybe where I've gone upstairs to get ready for a stream, and on TV upstairs is AEW. Not that my parents are watching it, they're on tablets, whatever, and the TV's just on, but AEW is on and I'm not even around. So I feel like that's, going to have caught some attention. WWE has always been popular here, but the indie scene obviously massively struggled during lockdown. You've got Progress, Pro Wrestling Eve, Rev Pro, the ones up in Scotland, is it IPW? Top Rope as well, I think. Is that the one in Northern Ireland? There's one in Northern Ireland. There's a few. Obviously, Paige's family over in Norwich. What there isn't is a big monster promotion. It's probably Progress, in all fairness, but Progress just feels like it's maybe took a bit of a step backwards, what with the lockdowns and everything. Right, we're still seeing a recap. So, yeah, I mean, look, wrestling is still popular, but I don't know that it's got... I wish we had a New Japan, do you know? I wish we had a New Japan. I wish we had a CMLL. I wish we had, one of those big worldwide promotions. I feel like we got Rev Pro, and I feel like we got Progress. Just can't really make an argument for them being really that big. Just really, they're great indie promotions. That's how I see them. I suppose they're a bit like Ring of Honor. A bit like Ring of Honor, really, but not even nowhere near as big as Ring of Honor. So we've lacked that for a long time. Right, here we go. We're going over to Raw. Let's see what's in store. There's a Logan Paul sucks sign. I'm here for Cody Rhodes sign. Let's see. Let's see what's about to go down. Sammy! Are we starting with Sammy? Wasn't expecting this. Wasn't expecting this. Wasn't expecting this. Sammy comes out. He's pumped up. Sami Zayn. I mean, he feels like a massive star. People were trying to tell me on Twitter, and honestly, if that was you and you are watching this, I need you to know, I think you're an idiot, right? People were trying to tell me that he's not that over. He's only over in Montreal, apparently. I mean, forgetting the fact I'm sat here in the middle of England. Sat here in the middle of England, screaming my heart out. Apparently, Sammy's not that over. Love you, Sammy! Guys, the champ's here. Sammy. Right. It's a massive star, said TJB. Let's see what he's got to say. I should imagine. I mean, he was pretty down after the press conference. Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. If I'm Sammy now, honestly, I'm looking at this crowd. I'm going to milk it for all it's worth. And in my head, I'm thinking, how do I keep this going? How do I keep this going week after week after week? How do I keep this going? It's going to be my first conversation with Triple H as well. I understand you want to go all in on Cody, but help me out here. How do I keep this going? Wow. Thank you, everyone. Sammy is touched. Sammy chants. Ah. I'm feeling a lot of feelings. He said he's got gratitude. Do you think we'll get a Bobby Brock segment? Maybe. I think Brock might be suspended. We may get Brock, and they may tell him he's suspended. I think him putting his hands on the ref is I think it's got a factor in it. It's got to. You deserve it. Deserve it. Love you, Sammy. You deserve it. Just do 3 hours of this. Sammy went to talk again. He loves milking them, doesn't he? So close to putting a bow on a storybook ending. He feels guilt. He feels like he let people down. People are saying no. I mean, in fairness, he did. Around here, the story is never over. We're entering the final chapter. Kevin. Never say never. You let us down. It's okay, said Theodore. You let us down, and it's not okay. Actually, do you know what? I've been blaming Triple H. Now I think about it, it's Sammy's fault. Dun, dun, dun. Do you know what would have been amazing, actually? And I've only just thought about this. Could you imagine if Sammy got the pin on Roman and the ref went 1, 2, 3, right? And they screwed Roman. That was said. What about if the screw job goes the other way? But what if like Triple H comes out with a headset on and he's looking at the situation? Sammy grabs the belt and like they really make out like even Triple H wasn't in on this. That would have been so good. That would have been so good. Triple H coming out. And like maybe Bruce and like they're all looking around. And he's shouting away and everything. Sammy grabs the belt, runs off. Oh my God. I'd have been so down for that. Right, Kevin Owens is in the ring. Where the hell was you? Where the hell was you? Where the hell was you? Thanks for coming out. There's so much I want to say to you, but now that you're here, I don't know what I want to say. I'd say, where was you? I want to say thank you. I want to say I'm sorry. Sammy will apologise. Tell Kevin Owens he was right, but Kevin doesn't want to hear it and knocks him out, said the Beach. Sammy and Kevin, tag champs in Ring of Honor, said Jim. So Sammy said he's got a mission. He wants to see with his own eyes the Roman come and bloodline come crumbling down. He said there's only one way to do it, and that is to do it together. Saturday had nothing to do with you, said Kevin. I did it for me. Kevin said, I did it for your family. I did it for my family. So that they didn't have to watch you get beaten down like my family had to watch me. If you need help bringing down the bloodline, ask your buddy, Jay. And that's it. Kevin Owens walks away. No, tag team. Oh, there will be. There will be. Austin Theory against Edge. Oh, hello. Ding dong. Hello. Hello. With special guests. Wow. How has she managed to get them? Big special guests. Ding dong. Hello. With damage control. She's managed to get Io Sky and Dakota Kai. Fantastic work. She's got big connections, Bailey. Big connections. Kevin Owens, heel turn. It's going to be a lot of drama on the road to Mania, said Eric. What's the best heel turn? Remember, Bailey turned heel. She popped the wacky waiver balloons. It's got to be Hogan in it. Hogan's got to be the best heel turn. Cody Rhodes, the road to the main event of WrestleMania begins. Sammy thanking the fans. He just looks dejected, doesn't he? Baron Corbin attacks. Baron Corbin attacking Sammy from behind just as we go to commercial break. Okay. Corbin attacks Sammy. Nice nice promo. Good promo between those two. Sammy and Jay are tag champs. It makes sense, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Scott said Corbin attacking Zayn as soon as we go to commercial break. TJB said great guests. Great guests. Days, please acknowledge Roman in all of this as the reason that it's so good. Without him being champ, it all loses steam. Listen, yeah, I agree in the sense of you, in order to have Sammy and this opportunity, you do need to have a monster heel. Absolutely. But this is what a long title reign gives you. This is what a long, credible, well-booked title reign provides. This is why we're such fans of long title reigns. I've said many times that we like to see those rather than the belt being hot-shotted around it. That does nothing for the titles. And also, it should mean that when the champ gets beaten, that it means more, it matters more. And, I mean, look, we had the Clash at the Castle. That was a great moment as well. I mean, I would say far below, and I'm English, I'm British. So, like, you know, I'm sat here saying that was far below what we saw in Montreal. But it's still a great moment. And, you know, we've had a few of those where, you know, you've kind of been rooting for the person to be the one to dethrone Roman. But, yeah, that's exactly what a great title reign can give you. And Roman's killed it. I mean, listen, Roman's legacy is guaranteed. This title reign is historic. It's done. It's in the record books. It's done. It's already done, in my opinion. It's achieved everything it needs to achieve. I think that I know Austin. I don't know if Austin's around. I know that Austin wants it to get to 1,000 days, and he's going to be keeping his fingers crossed that Cody doesn't do it at WrestleMania, but hopes that Roman can get to 1,000 days. So maybe it's still got that to achieve. I personally don't think it will. I think Cody will win at WrestleMania, but Austin is very passionate about the fact that he would like to see it get to that 1,000-day mark. And I did look, actually, when I was having this conversation with Austin, that apparently Pedro Morales held it for 1,024 days. So not only can you get to the 1,000-day mark, you could actually get past Pedro Morales's title reign. I mean, when we're talking about Pedro Morales, I mean, we are talking about one of the very first champions in WWE history. We are talking about someone that I don't think any of us expected a current champion to reach that sort of level, you know? So that would be amazing, but I think it's going to be Cody. Here's Baron Corbin. See what Baron Corbin's got to say. Baron Corbin said this was pathetic. You need to hear this. Your story is over. You, Sammy. You're a failure. Adam Pearce is saying go and get him. Yep, you can go. Sammy comes running down. Sammy running to the ring, going after Corbin, takes down Corbin. Adam Pearce allowing Sammy to get at Baron Corbin after those comments. Clothesline over the top rope goes Corbin. Sammy fired up, referee. Why is the referee stepping to Sammy? What's up with the referee? Well, I don't understand. Here we go. Sammy comes over, wallops Corbin. Corbin goes out. This is going to be our first match. First match, we are underway. It's going to be Sami Zayn versus Baron Corbin. Wow. Into the ring post goes Baron Corbin, the last person to beat Roman versus the last person to face Roman. Would you be down for a triple threat main event, Roman, Cody, Sammy? I would take it. I would take it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, clearly Cody, in my opinion, is going to be winning that. So it doesn't necessarily change what happened on Saturday, but what it does do, it gives Sammy a main event, doesn't it, at WrestleMania? You know, I just want to see the best for Sammy, man. I'm such a Sammy fan. I mean, when he was messing around in the mid cards, you know, when he was doing like the jackass stuff, it's like, yeah, you know, fine. I liked him down in NXT. I had high hopes for him when he came up, but then the creative just wasn't there for him, and he wasn't being presented as someone to take seriously. He wasn't being presented as someone, you know, that I don't want to say he wasn't someone that it was really worth spending time getting behind because he wasn't going to get anywhere, which is, you know, maybe a really bad way to look at it, but that's the truth. It's the truth. I mean, like, it's hard to sit here and like be rooting for someone that just is, do you know what I mean? Like, he was with Nakamura for a time. He was doing the jackass stuff. I remember him being out of the ring for quite a while as well, and did wonder if there was like an injury that he was dealing with, because he wasn't wrestling for quite a bit. At one phase, he kind of, if anything, became a bit of a manager for like Nakamura, and it was Nakamura and someone else, wasn't it, around like WrestleMania 36 time? Nakamura and Cesaro. And then I think Sammy was sort of, I don't want to say manager, because I think he was still wrestling once in a blue moon, but it wasn't very regular. It wasn't like all the time. So you look at that and it's like, my God, he is so far away from like being at the top of the cards. It really has took the Bloodline story, of course, and how he has regained his credibility through that story. He is a completely different performer, prospect now, person, wrestler now, than he was a year ago, because he needed to go through that credible story to get to where he is now. Because a year ago, as we said, he was messing around with Johnny Knoxville. Just like Roman said at the Royal Rumble, like, do you want to go back to doing that jackass shiz? You know, he actually used that as a bit of a put down. Like, hit Kevin with the chair, or do you want to go back to the jackass stuff? And he actually used that as a bit of a dig. So, you know, I mean, God, it's been quite the ride, isn't it? Quite the ride. So I would love to see him be rewarded. I think a WrestleMania main event, it would be absolutely incredible. Doesn't change the fact I think that Cody walks away with the belt. Sammy still wouldn't get a belt. Still wouldn't get that moment. What they're having Sammy do though is the conversation. You've already heard it. The conversation has moved on now. Now Sammy is saying, "I just want to be there when I just want to see with my own eyes the bloodline get taken down." It's gone from the other week where he called for the titles himself and, obviously went for the belts. Now they've had it changed so that he's saying he wants to watch Roman get taken down. Cody's got no story, no build. I don't get it, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Well, he won the Rumble. A few people have said this. I mean, my response to that would be, I understand that it seems like he's just won the Rumble and that's it. You're off to WrestleMania. It all seems very easy. And, I understand. But if you look at his career, it's been far from easy. He was dashing Cody Rhodes. He was in Legacy, of course, dashing Cody Rhodes. We got Stardust. I mean, he could have been stuck in that Stardust character for his whole career. But he had to go away. He had to go to New Japan. He had to, be a part of AEW. He had to be a disruptor. He had to get himself over so that he could then come back at a certain level, a higher level than when he left before. If you are relatively new to wrestling, though, and you don't know about, there will be people that don't know about Stardust, then I could understand people thinking that. Like, Cody comes back, wins the Rumble, and it's also easy. You look at, Sammy clawing and fighting and all this to get an opportunity, and Cody comes back and wins the Rumble. Here you go, WrestleMania. Here's a WrestleMania main event, probably going to win the belts as well. Oh, do you want to be the person that beats Roman? Sure, here's that as well. It's all very, I don't disagree. It seems all very easy. But if you was to say to Cody, it seems easy, I'm pretty sure he'd laugh in your face. And then he would point out the journey he's been on. So I think if you look at just the last chapter of the story, it might seem that way. But if you look at his whole career, it's been far from easy. It's on Wrestling Fans. If you don't know what Cody Rhodes' story is, said Sean. Sammy is the first stooge in a group that broke out as a bigger star, not like Virgil or D'Lo Brown. No, I mean, I don't remember. I'd love to see it, but I don't remember Virgil getting the reaction Sammy got on Saturday. I'd love to see it. Against the ropes goes Sammy, over the top. And down goes Corbin. Montreal definitely has got the best crowds for wrestling, said WWE and AEW fan. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, that's been a bit of a conversation, hasn't it, about who's got the best crowds? And there's a few in the running, like London, I think, deserves its props. I think Chicago deserves its props. Philadelphia always sticks in mind. But Montreal, I mean, wow. Yeah. Ariel Helwani said that they're sort of known for being like red hot. And they delivered, man. They absolutely delivered. Brilliant crowd. Goes for a big clothesline there by Corbin. Sammy goes down. Sammy. Shots coming in here by Corbin. Corbin throwing down some blows. Crowd are booing away as Sammy goes against the ropes looking for a deep six by Corbin. 1, 2. Oof, shoulder up. I feel like US doesn't have best crowds, said WWE fan. I think the US has got... I think it depends where you go in the US. I think, look, we're in the US all the time, so we see a lot of flat crowds. And so I think that's why some people might think the US can be like a bit flat. It'd be different, wouldn't it? If we spent all our time in Canada and then we did one show in Chicago and we had CM Punk on the cards, like, you'd be like, oh my God, the American fans, those Chicago fans, so good. We should go to America more often. So I think it's, obviously the story played a massive part. Haluva connects and Sammy wins. I think the Montreal crowd is fantastic as well. And I think that America's got plenty of places that could give Montreal a run for its money given the right story. But I mean, the bottom line is, like, how can you get much bigger than that? Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you can have a similar reaction in certain places, but I mean, we were getting to the point where I just don't even know how you can get crazier unless the crowd start taking their clothes off and actually rioting. You know what I mean? Unless they start throwing drinks and like have fights in the crowd and actually start. I don't know how they could get like more. They probably got as rowdy as a PG crowd could get, in all honesty. Sammy picking up the win here against Baron Corbin, and that'll come to the surprise of literally nobody. Right. What else have we got coming up? That's the opening half an hour of the show done. Dun 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 dun. Stronger Together is brought to you by Progress. Progressive. Corbin is so well liked backstage, said Trini. It has to mean he's an awesome worker in person, but it's fun to make fun of him. Chicago fans respect wrestlers that put their bodies on the line, said Daryl. If Trish is backstage, could we get Damage Control running their mouths and she comes out, said McElroy. Sure, yeah. Meatball Burton, shout out to you. Halftime scores. Not yet. You're just a little bit quick, but in about an hour we'll be there. I want to see Gunther versus Brock for the IC title, said Chris. William, hello, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Days, will the Community Awards web episode be live? Don't know. It has had zero thought. Zero thought. Who is more likely to go to WWE, Jay White or Kenny Omega? Probably Jay White, because he's free. Kenny's under a contract at the moment, isn't he? So, I mean, Jay White is available. I'd imagine Jay White right now is looking at the offers on the table. We got Rhea Ripley. We got Dominic. There's going to be an exclusive interview coming. Jake the Snake. What's this? Sunday. They can love you or hate you just as long as they remember you, Jake the Snake. WWE Rivals. I want to see Hardy Boys back in WWE, said Ben. I'd like to see Brock Gunther, said Nathan. Logan Paul could interfere in the US title match, said Samantha. I don't know that he will. He might interfere in the Seth Miz match. It seems like Logan's interested in Seth rather than the US title. I wonder if we will get to the point where they will look to put a title on Logan. I feel like we've dodged the bullet this time, in all fairness. I feel like we've dodged the bullet. I don't think we need to worry about it this time. And I say that, there might be some people out there that want it, but it's not something I'm desperate for. But I don't think so. I mean, like, had Seth have won in the Elimination Chamber, then we might be talking about Seth and Logan going for the United States Championship, but not sure that we're going to go that way. It's up to the fans to push WWE stars. We don't do it until WWE does. Give divas a chance. Yes, movement. Fire Velveteen Dream. All of these things are the fans. If the fans want Sammy as champion, then make it happen, says Trini. Well, I mean, it's an excellent point, Trini. My concern is that I just don't think the fans are going to make it happen. I don't think the fans... And it's not because Sammy's not over, right? It's because there is a viable alternative. There's an alternative to Sammy that the fans, to be honest, quite happy with. They're quite happy with Cody. There's not really a need to rebel. There's not a need to rant and rave and chant Sammy's name and send tweets out that we're going to cancel the WWE network. And I just don't feel like we're going to do that or going to see that, because Cody being the one to beat Roman, I think the vast majority of fans would be like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like Cody. I think a lot of people are like there for Cody and they like Cody and they're happy for Cody to achieve that. And for that, you know, Dusty moment, you know, Dusty couldn't get it done. And like, I could see Cody looking up at the heavens. And I mean, it's going to be a very emotional, and I think fans are all right with that. And this is the problem, isn't it? Like, Sammy has got super over, and Sammy is a big star, and he's an absolute viable option to put the belts on. It's just come at the same time as Cody Rhodes. And so, you know, that's why I just think probably not going to see it. And the noises that were made in this opening segment here suggest we're probably not going to see it as well, because, as we said, you know, you had Sammy saying there that he just wants to see with his own eyes Roman losing the title. Is, you know, I mean, Sammy is positioning himself very specifically as not being the one that wants the belt. He just wants Roman to not have the belt. Like, basically telling us, get behind Cody, basically. He might as well have said that. He literally might as well have come out and just said, guys, I know you wanted me to do it. I couldn't get it done. I need you and want you to get behind Cody now. Might as well have just said that. Right, we are at the Canadian Tire Center. Yay! Tires, tires, tires. Right, here we go then. We got Byron Saxton, Rhea Ripley, and Dominic Mysterio. Right, we're talking about Elimination Chamber. After we went toe-to-toe, Beth admitted, I'm the real deal. It's not worth talking about. Yeah. Byron's going to find out what Dominic did to people that spoke too much when he was locked up. Charlotte can keep living in 2020, says Rhea. Right now, in the present. She said she's the best woman here in WWE. Right now, in the present, I am the best woman in WWE. If she's going to put me in my place at WrestleMania, then good, because my place is at the top of this division. I love these sit-down interviews. I'm a big fan of them. So, face-to-face between Rhea and Charlotte on Friday. Dominic says, I think my dad has got a match on Friday. How about I tag along and I'll wish him good luck. So Dominic teases interrupting his dad. And Charlotte and Rhea face to face. I love these graphics. These graphics are sick. So good. I'm sure. Do you think they'll show the Seth Becky clip tonight again? I think probably. Austin Theory will win over Edge, said Jeremiah. Austin said, for real, William. Make of that whatever you will. What does that mean? What does that mean? I love those graphics, said Austin. Thoughts on Robert Roode returning? I haven't heard any words on that. It'll be interesting. I mean, look, Robert Roode clearly was not fancied by Vince. I don't know what we do with Robert Roode under Triple H. I've got to be honest, I'd be really interested in hearing him get not his glorious gimmick. I was never crazy about the glorious gimmick, but at least it was something. And I would be interested in hearing him cut a promo and get into a little story. And he can definitely. He's got so much experience. He's such a veteran. It's criminal how underutilizing him. So I'd be interested to see what Triple H would do. He had him as NXT champion. Here's Austin Theory backstage with Kathy Kelly. He's banged up. Here I am, like I always am. Here I am, like I always am. What's bothering me? Oh, he talks about Cena? Where's my respect? The headlines aren't saying about Theory. They're talking about Cena coming back. Ooh. So a Cena mention by Austin Theory. His title, I will never lose. Here's Dolph. Cena Theory, WrestleMania confirmed, said Justin. Okay, here's Dolph. If people cared and supported Sammy over the last decade, not the few weeks, maybe he would have been world champion by now, said James. WWE have made it very difficult to do that, though. I mean, having him sporadically wrestling and the fact that, like, I don't even think it has been the past few weeks, to be honest. I mean, like, if you think about how Sammy got, like, the Usi chants over, and you think about the honorary Us t-shirt moment, and you think about all of that, I feel like the support for Sammy and the think about the Sammy Uso chants. I don't think it has been a support for Sammy just for the past few weeks. I don't think that the crowds have just got behind Sammy since, say, Royal Rumble. If you think about Sammy Uso, Usi chants, the high ratings and the execution of those Bloodline segments, the support for Sammy has been there for months and months and months. And then, I think people enjoyed the Jackass match, but I mean, what are the crowds? How are the crowds meant to react to that? I mean, they positioned Sammy as the heel in that story, had him going over and interrupting, like, the Jackass film premiere. They positioned Johnny Knoxville as the face. And so Johnny was the face. They wanted the crowds to... See, this is the problem. Sammy has actually done a fantastic job. I mean, they wanted Sammy to be the heel in that feud. He was the heel in that feud. And they put him in a match which, honestly, in a lot of people's hands, that match at WrestleMania would have fallen absolutely flat. Having someone in there that couldn't execute it as well as what Sammy did, that match against Johnny Knoxville could have had disaster written all over it, to be honest. But Sammy's reactions, his comic timing, the way that he helped deliver that match, a lot of people had a lot of praise. Might not have been to everyone's taste, but there was a lot of praise for how fun it was. So I don't think you can look at the segment last year with Johnny Knoxville and say that Sammy didn't do a great job there. I don't know that you can blame the fans for not, cheering Sammy in that moment. He wasn't meant to be cheered. He wasn't trying to be cheered. He was doing what was being requested. And so I don't know. I can't blame the fans. I can't blame the fans. I can't say that it's the fans' fault that Sammy hasn't been made the champion. I seriously think it just came down to a decision, and the decision was, do we go with this moment and Sammy, or do we go all in on Cody? And Triple H has decided to go all in on Cody. It was a decision that had to be made, because Sammy was never meant to be in this position. In fact, you could argue the fans got Sammy in that position. Sammy shouldn't have even been in the main event of Montreal. You could make that as an argument. The fans are the ones that gave Triple H a decision to even have to make. If it weren't for the fans, Triple H wouldn't even have had a decision to make, but he had a decision to make. And apparently there are higher-ups that wanted Sammy to win the title. And Triple H chose what he chose. Simple as that. He chose to go all in on Cody. And it's one that's going to divide opinion for a long time, isn't it? It's one that's going to have people arguing about maybe for the rest of time. I don't know. I mean, if Cody, if Sammy never wins the world title, I can see it being one that we will just constantly always talk about. If Sammy retires and he's never won a world title, I think we'll constantly be like, should have won it. And then you'll have people going, no, it was right, he didn't. We needed to put it onto Cody, blah, blah, blah. It's not gonna go away, is it? It's gonna rage on forever. It's gonna divide friendships. It's gonna split families. Might start the next World War. Who knows? Who knows how Putin feels about Biden might be thinking that it was right that we go all in on Cody, the American Nightmare, whereas Putin might be like, do you know what? We should have gone with Sammy. They could argue over it at their next meeting. God only knows what will happen then. Has there ever been a case where someone should have won a match for a belt more than this, said Wrestler Andy? Has there ever been a case for someone to win a belt more than this? Do you know, my initial reaction is no. One that comes to mind is, do you remember The Miz against Jerry Lawler for the WWE Championship? Miz versus Jerry Lawler, WWE Championship, ladder match on Raw. I can't remember it must be, what year would it have been? It must have been 2011. Must have been 2011. And you would look at that and go, no. No. We're not putting the belt on Jerry the King Lawler in 2011. And I totally understand that. The match is brilliant. First of all, it's a brilliant match, right? Second of all, The Miz is champion, and Miz was never booked as this strong, credible champion. He was always The Miz, right? Just cheating his way. And so if there was ever a world champion that you could believably have get beaten by Jerry the King Lawler, The Miz was it. Again, similar in the sense of it's now or never. It was another now or never moment. If you want the history books to say that Jerry the King Lawler was WWE champion, which he never has been, that was your opportunity to do it. And it was a brilliant match. He came really close. The crowd were right behind him. It wouldn't have been like out of the realms of disbelief. You can talk about it now and people will be like, but you have to be there in that moment. Mustafa Ali just rolls up, gets the pin on Dolph Ziggler. I really wanted Jerry to do it. I really wanted Jerry to do it. They did a great job of building him up, making it look, and I think he was close as well. If I remember right, he was almost going to do it, and Michael Cole stopped him. Jerry was about to win it, and Michael Cole came in and tipped it over, and then I think that's how we ended up, or part of the story of how we got to Michael Cole and Jerry the King Lawler. If you think about Jerry Lawler as well, we're talking about one of the great wrestlers. A lot of people only know him for his commentary work. He's one of the all-time great wrestlers. He is an absolute bona fide legend. He is an absolute legend of wrestling. So the idea that it would be preposterous that Jerry Lawler, who wrestled only in January of this year, by the way, could win like the WWE Championship back in 2011. Like, it's not as crazy as it sounds. That's maybe not the best example, but it's one that comes to mind first of all. That's one that I really wanted to see him do it. We're backstage. Right, so Mustafa Ali picks up a win. We're backstage with Miz and Maurice. But yeah, feel free to put in like your thoughts in regards to people that should have won that didn't when it comes to titles. What's he got? Read the room. This news is not for you. He's going to save it for next week. So the Miz has got some big news. She's like a third wheel Kathy Kelly here, isn't she? I'm glad that he was brought down to earth by my former protege, Logan Paul. This envelope. This envelope has made my dreams come true. What is it? What could that be? There's Cody. Just a little boo. Just a little one. One of those where I'm like... But then as soon as he's out there, I'll be like, yeah. And then when he's gone again. When is Dolph going to give Greg the Valentine's hair back? Listen, he should go full on Greg the Hammer, Valentine, shin guard and everything. That'd be awesome. Who do you think should win in the Cena Theory feuds? Theory. Yeah, I mean, Cena doesn't need to win, does he? Cena is Cena. Is Cena going to be any bigger by beating Theory? Will Theory be any bigger by beating Cena? Yeah. I mean, he loves to gloat and brag anyway. Give him a win over Cena. You'll never hear the end of it. And as annoying as that will be, we do need to give him things to brag about. Oh, he'll find stuff anyway. It's not a problem. But giving him a win over Cena would be big for Austin Theory. Adrenaline in my soul, said Krista. I think the Miz announcement is he's going to be the host of WrestleMania. Oh, I like that serious gaming. I've liked that. I've written it down. And I've written your name as well. I like that. Are they planning on doing a triple threat match between Bobby, Brock, and Bray? I don't think so. I can't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out. I don't think so. But yeah, why not? I mean, the reason why I say I don't think so is because if they was going to do a triple threat, you didn't need Bobby winning. Bobby didn't need to win. You could have done a no contest. You could have done a draw. You'd have to think they wouldn't want Brock to take an L if he didn't need to take the L. For me, he only took that L because Bray said he'll face the winner. He said, whoever walks out alive, whoever wins, whichever of you is the winner, you'd better run, right? So everyone's focused on the, he did say whoever walks out alive. Well, technically they both walked out alive, right? Last time I checked, Bobby Lashley's not dead. So I feel like you would only do that if you wanted, if the winner actually meant something, like it really mattered. Otherwise, if you was doing the triple threat, why not just do a draw? Why not just do a double count out, double disqualification? Something along those lines. That's what makes me think that it'll be one-on-one. But listen, WWE is strange. Weird bunch. So who knows what's going on in their minds. Triple threats are the bane of my existence, says LS Dub. Do you think we'll see Bray tonight? I think there's a chance we could get a message from Bray, and we might see Bray. I think for me, when Bobby's out there, Bobby could be talking, lights could go out, little thing on the screen, could be something like that. Or Bray could just come out and address him, yeah. So I can't 100% say we'll see Bray. I feel like we'll get something Bray because he said that he wants the winner, and be a bit random to have Bobby on and not have anything from Bray. So videos featuring Roman and Sammy have generated nearly 20 million views across WWE's social platforms. Good for you. Right, here's Cody. Wrestling can only have one person beat Roman Reigns. Adrenaline in my soul. Everybody wants to know. Oh no. Hey. Ladies and gentlemen. It's a massive reaction. Look at it. Look at the response. Roman's worst nightmare sign. Feel sorry for Cody. I mean, we are in Canada. Do you know what I mean? I can understand the disappointment. I can understand the reaction. The question was, who would Cody be facing? And now we've got our answer. It will be the Tribal Chief. What? Someone should wear a Tony Khan mask on TV, said James. Oof. That would be fun. That would be fun. You'd also get a lot of abuse, though. Could you imagine going to a WWE show in a Tony Khan mask? I'm fairly confident I would take it off within the first minute. The comments would be wild. Right, Cody in the ring. Do you know what? There are Cody chants. In all fairness. There are Cody chants. Cody looking at the fans. So... Ooh, loud Paul Heyman. Oh, that's why it's loud. Paul Heyman on the screen. So Cody has come out. Okay. Mr. Heyman. Where are you? Paul Heyman is backstage. You might as well come out. Everyone wants to hear what you've got to say. So Cody in the ring. Heyman in a neck brace. I was mauled by a Kodiak. He talks about the miserable Canadian healthcare system. So Wise Man has had a tragedy. The true tragedy. The true tragedy will be for you. Man to man. You can't beat Roman. They showed a Cody shirt with a title in front at the Elimination Chamber, said So Killer. They showed a Cody shirt with a title in front. What do you mean? Like they put a belt and then a Cody shirt behind it? Paul Heyman just talking hypothetical right now. What would your life be like if you beat Roman? I'd imagine lovely. I'd imagine it'd be a walk in the park. Roman Reigns has got the Wise Man. Roman Reigns has got Paul Heyman. If you beat Roman, you won't have Paul Heyman. What will your life be like? Okay, so he's just talking about how 200 days a year you're going to be having matches, 50 days a year you'll be doing charity, 30 days a year you'll be doing media, whatever. Don't get this promo. What's Paul Heyman? What's this got to do? What's the logistics of being champion got to do with Cody's chances of beating Roman? Roman hasn't worked 25 days in 2022, said for Beach Kevin. How hard is it to understand Cody beating Roman at Mania? Don't idiots get it, says James. Paul versus Cody for the Universal Championship at WrestleMania. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is a happily married man. Are they teasing something here between him and Brandy? I don't get it. I don't understand. He hasn't said anything about. I need to watch that again. I mean, he hasn't said anything there. Why? What has he said? Cody is fuming. Cody said, "Don't send this man again." I've got to finish the story. Okay, can people help me out here with this Heyman promo? Because if I'm just stupid, more than happy to hold my hands up to that fact. But it feels like Heyman was like, you're not gonna beat Roman, and let's say you do. If you do, you're gonna be on the road for like 300 and some odd days. And I'm not gonna be as crass as to say that Roman can keep your wife warm whilst you're away. He's happily married, but I'm not. So, unless I've missed like a big chunk of that promo, what reason was I given as to why Cody is not going to beat Roman? I mean, I don't see the correlation. I mean, it seems like Paul Heyman just said, you're not going to beat Roman, right? That's done. But let's say you do. And if you do, Paul Heyman is going to go after Brandy? And are we meant to think that Brandy is going to, like... what? What? I don't understand. Is he saying that if you do beat Roman, I will get revenge on you because I'm going to come after Brandy. Right? Or, I mean, there's a whole legal system that we can deal with that. We'll get restraining orders. We'll put him on a watch list. We get extra security. We'll deal with that. Or is he saying that he's going to start an affair with Brandy? Because, to be honest, I am here for that. I am definitely here. I'm here for Paul Heyman trying to win over Brandy's heart. The concern is that this points to Brandy getting involved in this story a little. Well, I say a little more. She hasn't been involved at all. We did see her in some backstage stuff last year's WrestleMania. But Brandy, I'm guessing, will be at ringside, maybe slap Paul Heyman. Something like that, I don't know. Paul was saying he'd be absent in his child's life, just like Dusty was absent in his. Yeah, but what's that got to do with you can't beat Roman? Is he trying to make it like... Is he trying to get Cody to not want the title? Because that's wild, isn't it? Cody's told the story how from the age of 8, he's wanted this belt. And he's come back to WWE for one reason only. Are we really trying to do a promo where Paul Heyman now is trying to get Cody to not want the title? Because that means he'll be away from his child and he'll be... I mean, I've got to think Cody's already considered... He's already considered this. I can't imagine Cody's just being told this now going, do you know what? I've never thought about that. I've never thought, just like how I wasn't, just like how I didn't really have a dad growing up, because Dusty, I'd be doing the exact same thing to my kid, That is such a good point. I've never considered that. I can't imagine that has not crossed his mind. I can't imagine that has not been a conversation that's been had within the Cody Rhodes household, But this is Cody's dream. What kind of story is this? Don't chase your dreams. I don't understand. Shouldn't Paul just be saying, like, you've got no chance. You can't do it. I've watched your matches. You're not good enough. Isn't that the angle? Rather than, you don't really want to be champion. Seth as the Joker is awesome. Seth is the best. Heyman is a better lover than Cody, and I do speak from experience, said Jamie. Is saying he can't beat Roman, but if he does happen, he'll end up the same way Dusty did, on the road most of the year, and even then, he still won't be. Yeah, I get that bit. I understand that. But what's he trying to achieve? Well, I don't understand what he's trying to achieve. I don't understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to get into Cody's head. But you're not going to stop Cody from wanting to win the title. Cody's not going to turn around. Paul knows this. Cody's not going to turn around and go, do you know what? After what Paul has said, I've decided to pull out of the main event of WrestleMania. And that's not going to happen. It seems like a very weird angle to go down when the more straightforward road would be, I've watched your matches. You are not good enough to beat Roman. You will not beat Roman. You should pull out because I am advising you. I am going to give you some free advice as the wise man. I am not saying this as Roman's wise man. I am saying this as a Rhodes family friend. Someone that knew your father. Someone that would always look out for his and his family's best interests. I am telling you, you are not good enough. I have watched your matches. You can't do it. That would seem like a more straightforward road to me than if you do win, you're going to be away from your family a lot, Have you thought about it? Yes, I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has thought about it. You're overthinking. Paul is trying to play mind games with Cody and make things personal, since it seems to bother Cody when things get personal. Yeah, but again, like, he's not going to pull out, is he? I mean, what's he going to do? Just irk him for this promo segment? So I don't think that's a very good promo. If that was the purpose of it, I just don't think it was very good. I don't think him trying to annoy Cody for this segment is just anything really significant. I don't know. Perhaps I'm in the minority. Perhaps people loved it. That didn't land for me. I'd have to go back and watch it again. It did not go down the path I was expecting it to go down. I'd have to go back and watch it again. I can't imagine people are going to buzz about that the same way they buzzed about Cody and Sammy, or buzzed about Heyman and Cody the first time. I can't imagine that people were in love with that as much as those ones. I mean, in all fairness, those ones were very special. I just think the tone of this one wasn't quite right for me. Paul is never about being straightforward, said John, which is why his promos seem to run on forever just to fill 3-hour Raws. Not everything has to go your way, said James. Not everything has to go your way. No, it doesn't. But it would be good if I enjoyed it. Do you know what I mean? I think if you're watching wrestling and you watch a segment and then, like, you come out of it and go, that wasn't very good, then I think it's acceptable to be a bit disappointed by it. So, yeah, I mean, I watched it. I was underwhelmed by it. That's it. I wish things did go my way. Honestly, that'd be beautiful. Would have been handy on Saturday night. Right, here's Nikki. Asuka in the ring. Nikki comes racing down, obviously crazed. Let's refresh this. Days, if Jay White signs for WWE, do you think he'll be willing to go to NXT or to the main roster? I don't think he would want to go to NXT. I mean, obviously he is going to view himself as a massive star. He's going to want to go to the main roster. Triple H might agree to that and allow him to go to the main roster. To be honest, if Vince was in charge of creative, I don't know that he would. We've spoke about this before. Here's Bianca's coming down. Finn Balor went from NXT and went down to went from New Japan, went to NXT. Nakamura went from New Japan and went to NXT. Kushida went from New Japan and went to NXT. So, you know, AJ Styles didn't, but I think the reason for that is because of his time in Impact. I think that they had a bit more confidence that the American audience were familiar with him. And even though hardcore wrestling fans that watch New Japan are going to be familiar with Switchblades, the wider casual fan base in WWE are not. But one thing that you could do with him, and I don't know that Vince did this that often, is bring him in and just present him as a big star anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with him just coming onto the main roster as an unknown or someone that only a few people are aware of, and building him up from the main roster. Like, you don't have to put him down in NXT just to get him, like, familiar with fans and then bring him up. You don't have to go that way. So I genuinely don't know which way they would go. I can see arguments for either way. I could see it being that they, because they want ratings for NXT as well. So putting him in NXT is going to help those ratings. And it's also going to allow people to get familiar to him. And yeah, I sort of think that, I sort of think it could go either way. Melanie said, who have you got winning, Asuka or Bianca? I think that's quite close, you know. I think this new version of Asuka is excellent. It's exciting. It's great to see the new face paint, new entrance music, Kana-esque, you know. I think it's brilliant, but I just don't know. I don't know that they are going to pull the trigger and give her the win, or have they refreshed her just to feed to Bianca? Is Bianca just eating up challengers? You know, they fed her Becky, they fed her Bailey, they fed her Alexa. You know, is it a case that they're going to feed her Asuka? Or is this a refresh for Asuka, and Asuka is now going to, you know, go on to big, amazing things? I would love for Asuka to do it. Asuka's one of my absolute favorites. I think she's one of the best pure strikers in WWE, and that's not just a Michael Cole catchphrase. Like, she really is. Her spinning attacks and her kicks, and she's, I mean, fantastic with her striking. I love her wrestling ability, her takedowns, her submission game. I think she is so credible in the ring. And it's not even that she's credible and doesn't really have much of a gimmick. Like, you know, she's credible, but just a bit bland. She's credible, and she's so colorful, and she's got the mask and the face paint, and, you know, her promo style is broken English, but she'll come out with a few lines and then dance around, and she's so fun. She's got a good connection with the crowds. You really do struggle to look at it and go, well, why would... I mean, apart from the fact that she's not going to be cutting lengthy promos, apart from that fact, I can't really see much in the way of a reason as to why we don't go, like, all in with Asuka. We did in NXT. We went all in on Asuka on NXT. That worked out fantastic. And she's you know, she's been to the world title. It's not like she's never been there. But we haven't leaned on her as much as what I hoped we would. And so the question now is, has the refresh been done? Has the refresh been done so that she is now going to be a big star? And we're going to use her, she's going to have a good title run, and we're going to get her back to that NXT type Asuka? Or is she about to be fed to Bianca? Is she just been refreshed so that she can be a credible challenge for WrestleMania? And then Bianca picks up the win, Bianca moves forwards? I don't know. I feel like it's probably Asuka. But there's every chance Bianca wins at WrestleMania. Maybe Asuka could win a rematch. Because the other thing as well is I think Bianca might be undefeated at WrestleMania. She's got some big wins under her belt. I don't think she's lost. WrestleMania 37 was her first. That was a win over Sasha. 38 was a win over Becky. So she's had 2 WrestleManias. She's had 2 wins. This is going to be a third WrestleMania. It's not much in the way of a streak, but I don't know. I don't know that I could definitely see Bianca win at WrestleMania. Maybe Asuka win at WrestleMania Backlash. I could see that. I could see Bianca winning and then moving on to someone else after. I could see Asuka winning. I think it's a real tricky one, you know. I think it's a real tricky one. Odds-wise, I'll be very interested to see who opens as favourite. Very interested. My gut feeling would be maybe Asuka just. Maybe Asuka just. I don't know. YTJ said, what are the chances Edge does walk out as US champion tonight? I think quite slim. I think he is going to be taken out by Finn, is my guess. But looking at the poll, it's quite close. 58% of people have got Austin Theory, and 42% have got Edge. Austin said, if she loses at WrestleMania after a refresh, it would be just like her losing to Charlotte. I can't see it happening under Triple H. James said, Asuka is overrated. Oh, Asuka and overrated does not deserve to be in the same sentence. Trini said, I think Bianca rocks, but I'm tired of her as the unbeatable champion. She shouldn't have been able to beat 3-on-1 only to go back to singles matches How can I believe they have a shot when she beat 3 against 1? Cody, Brandy, and Wobbly Walrus are going to recreate the Mega Powers Explode angle. Bianca will retain, even though I think it's time for a new champion, said Rock and Sock. DB Mikey said, I can't see Theory losing the belt, would be pointless. Need him to go over against Cena at Mania. Petey said, Belair wants Charlotte so that she can beat all of the horsewomen. This Saturday, Jake versus Tommy. Boxers on the undercards are any exciting? Yeah, the Cruiserweight title on the line in the co-main event. So it's going to be a big show. Main event, obviously, is the one that's going to grab everyone's attention. The only person who should dethrone Bianca is Liv, said Jacob. I only see Edge winning because him versus Finn at WrestleMania. I can't wait for WrestleMania. It's WrestleMania, said WWE AEW fan. James said, Asuka's ain't losing at Mania. Bobba said, just want to say hi. Hello, hope you're well. Zoe Killer says, new legend killer. We've got a new legend killer in the chat. Right, we're still underway with this match between Asuka and Nikki coming up tonight. We've got Ding Dong Hello. We're an hour and a half into the show. Dragon Den said, I think no matter what Cody does, Days won't genuinely be satisfied. Cody had a great reaction in Canada, and all Days focused on was a few people clapping. Genuinely, Dragon Den, that is genuinely all I saw. And then as soon as we got to the music stopping and Cody was in the ring, I did say that there was a Cody chant and fair play for that. So I did acknowledge the Cody chant. So I'm not trying to spin an alternative universe. I acknowledged that the shots that we saw in the crowds, people were quite flat. They were standing around as Cody was making his way down. Hence why I said, I could understand this being a flat reaction. But then when he got into the ring, I equally said, in all fairness, there are Cody chants right now. So I acknowledged it. Ansel said, my favorite debut moment was AJ Styles debuting at the Royal Rumble. Why he didn't debut in NXT first? He would debut on the main roster. Was he first star debut at a pay-per-view? He didn't debut down. Asuka's picked up the win. He didn't debut down in NXT because of the fact that I believe Impact was the reason, as we said. I think people know him from Impact and know him from. Here's Bianca stepping in. People know him from Impact, and he's got a good fan base. Plus, I think we spoke about it the other day. They were in Orlando, which again I believe is like the home of Impact, and so again I think they felt that TNA crowd would be there. Right, Asuka's beaten Nikki, and now Bianca's got in the ring. Asuka's asking the fans to make some noise. Bianca pointing up at the WrestleMania sign. All Asuka's dribbling out some blue goo and laughing. Cool. Asuka finds that hysterical. So they did that. They've done that before. They had her backstage with Carmella, and she had green goo coming out. That is quite the top that Carmella's wearing. Kath. We've got Carmella and Kath backstage. Carmella said that she's been thinking about Asuka. Carmella said she's going to deliver one hell of a receipt to Asuka. Mella is money. So Asuka beats Nikki. Oh, hello. What's going on now? Now she's running over to Seth. Here's Seth. Just had Kathy running over to Seth. What's Seth got to say? 2 times now. He's talking about Logan. He wants to hit me with my own move. Joke's on you, Logan. I'm going to find Logan Paul, and I'm going to hurt Logan Paul. So Seth Rollins said that he's going to find Logan, and he's going to hurt him. Okay, and then he says the person that wants to take all of Logan's success is The Miz. He seems like a perfect surrogate for suffering. Suffering succotash. So there we go. We got a little backstage thing with Carmella and with Seth. Seth versus Logan Paul. I want Seth will win. I can't stand Logan Paul, said Davids. The gimmick is a bit too much, said Mr. Unfamiliar. DB said Corey Graves has got the best puppies in WWE. I was surprised that he wasn't more vocal about Carmella losing on Saturday. He's been very vocal in the past. As I said, it felt like maybe he'd been told not to, because he's done it in the past. He's gone very OTT with his support for, like, Carmella, of course. I feel like maybe they had a word with him just to say, like, look, we want the focus to be on Asuka winning. We don't want anything to take away from that. So don't dwell on Carmella losing. Focus on, like, Asuka winning. And I thought that was kind of interesting. That might be a little bit of a shift there, maybe, in the presentation. So, yeah. Old dribbly Asuka. Halftime scores. Yeah, let's do the song. Let's do the song.
Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime
Funhouse on the way. Funhouse on Friday.
Know your halftime scores.
Yes.
Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Boom. Here we go. Right, Carlos said 5.5. Steven said 5.5. Jay said 7. Aaron said 6.5. JJB Gaming says 3. Justin said 6. Samantha said 6.7. Norma says 4. Draco said 5.5. Jake said 7. Og Geo said 7. Meave with, I think, was that 7.5? I need to go on the other screen. The chat's going a bit too quick for me on this screen. Let me go on this one. Right, we've got Mark with a 7. We got Seth with 7. We got Reese with a 7.5. Legend Killer with a 6.5. David said, I'm 6.6. It's been a good show. Zachary with a 6. Rivy, shout out to you. Ellis Stubb said 6.25. Jacob said 6.9. Keaton said 7.5. Donald, shout out to you. Joe Kiloia. Joe Kiloia. Is that how you pronounce it? 6. Geo with a 7.5. DB Mikey with a 6. 6.8 from Kieran. 6. I'm saying 6 a lot here. Seems like people are maybe not massively in love with it. Chris 2.5. Kian 7.5. Justin 6.5. Denis 10. Paul 5, Alex Fairweather 6.5, Keaton 7.5, Don 7, Trini 7, Jesse 6.75, Richard 5, Justin 6.5, Mark 6, Aiden 7.5, Irish Rebel, shout out to you. Donald 5, JMB a 9, Justin with a 6.5, Chris with a 6, Ben with a 6.98. We've got Bobber with a 7. We've got Aiden with a 7.5. We've got Trey with a 7.5. We've got Darnell with a 6.5. We've got Shaquem with a 5.25. Some of these are quite low, actually. Some of these are quite low. I thought they'd be a little bit higher than that, to be honest. So, yeah, a little bit surprising. But I'll find Edge automatic 9 out of 10 if Edge wins. Nando with a 6, Tony with a 6. Okay. Well, there we are. Those are the halftime scores. Feel like I said 6 a lot. But TikTok champion Logan's attack on Seth has been viewed 5 million times. That's 2 million more than the NBA All-Star Game. There we go. Okay, we are back in the arena. We're just out. Oh, okay, here we go. This could be the Bray Wyatt moment. This could be the Bray Wyatt moment. First Sammy segment got a 10. The rest gets a 5. Kian said, what's your thoughts on the Cody segments? I thought it was a bit underwhelming, to be honest. I didn't quite understand Paul's approach. People in the chat said it's just to get into his head. I think there was better ways of doing it, to be honest. I think it was well below what we've seen from him before, but I mean, you're going to get that, aren't you? You're going to get that. What we saw before was really special. So, I mean, you can't expect that every single time. But, you know, that's what it was. Here's Amos. MVP and Amos. Okay, so MVP calls out Brock. They're going to do Brock against Amos. Do you reckon that's a swerve? Do you reckon it's a swerve? That a swerve? Is that a swerve? I don't know. The reason why I don't know if it's a swerve is because Brock Lesnar being Brock Lesnar, taking on Amos being the giant that he is, from an optics point of view, plays really well for WrestleMania. I mean, it's... You can see it, can't you? You can see it. You can see them doing it. I can see them doing it. But equally, it could be a swerve. It could be that, like, you know, he goes out there, destroys Amos, and then, like, you know, calls someone out. Bobby, I'm not done with you. Don't know. What you think? What you think? The only reason that match will happen is because it's two big boys. Felix said it is Vince back. Yeah. Maybe. It could be a Vince-type match. We got Seth against Miz. What if Kevin agrees to help Sammy next week and they go for the tag titles? During the match, Jay superkicks Jimmy, lays down for Kevin and Sammy to win the titles, said Jacob. I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know. It would just be the next part in the story, wouldn't it? I don't know that would. It would just be the next part in that story. I don't know that it would like blow my mind or anything like this. I mean, I think where Jay's loyalties lie is it's an interesting part of the story. Never a fan of people just lying down, though, to be honest. Never a fan of that. I feel like if you're gonna do Kevin and Sammy against Usos, it's probably happening at WrestleMania. But you ain't gonna have Jay lay down at WrestleMania. So if that was the story, then maybe they would do it before and have Jay lay down. And I don't know where you'd be going then, to be honest. I don't know. I would have to see it, and I think my initial reaction would be confusion. I can't say that I would love it. I can't say that I would particularly hate it. My gut feeling is I don't really like anything where someone lays down. Has just always got a finger poke of doom vibe to it. Do you know what I mean? It always just reminds me of that. But if it's in the story and it fits and it gets us to somewhere that we're trying to get to, then I'd have to see it. Dolph Ziggler, world champion in the near future. No, there's too many people ahead of him. Like Dolph getting back to a world championship is probably very unlikely anyway, just at any time now. I feel like he's got to that point in his career where he's a gatekeeper. He's there to test people when they come to the main roster. So Bron Breakker, for example, when he comes to the main roster, could see him having a match with Dolph. Certainly, they've got a history there as well from NXT. But, like, you know, if Jay White comes in, I could see him facing Dolph or The Miz. Dolph and The Miz are in those kind of gatekeeper positions. So they're just really good in-ring workers that are kind of like a bit of a benchmark. I think X-Pac used to say that he used to do a similar role, and he would give notes back to the producers. And he'd be like, this person's good, needs to work on this. This isn't so good. This is a bit of a problem. And so they'd give feedback. So I feel like Dolph's in that. So Dolph now kind of leaving that and going to a world title, it would probably require a bloodline type story. I feel like Dolph is someone that I've got respect for. I mean, I loved Dolph when he cashed in. Man, the Survivor Series 2014, that was so good. But that was that'll be 9 years ago this year when Sting arrived and came in and made his debut. That would be 9 years ago. And like Dolph being the sole survivor. I mean, that was all incredible stuff. I don't know that we've really done much with Dolph since then. And as I said, it would probably take like a bloodline type story to get back up there. Who do you think's better, The Miz or Ziggler? Said Davids. I mean, I don't think Ziggler gets given much opportunity, to be honest. Miz has had more opportunity. I mean, we get regular Miz segments, Miz TV. He's shown himself to be a good talker. In ring, I don't know. I mean, like, I think the criticism always is when, you know, where are the great Miz matches? Where are the 5-star Miz matches? That's always been a criticism of The Miz. And The Miz will always quickly point out that he's never injured. He's always there. He's, you know, constantly delivering. Like, you know, he's always on the road and he's ever present. But I feel like Ziggler has the ability maybe to provide better matches. I think he's a good promo. I think The Miz is probably better on promos. And I think that The Miz, maybe because he's a better promo, has been given more TV time. And so it depends, doesn't it, really? It depends what you're scoring it on. I think The Miz would probably be edging it, but when Dolph has been given something to do, he's been fantastic. I mean, Dolph, when he was with Big E and with AJ, that was so fun. Obviously, that's around the time of the cash-in as well. I mean, that's maybe still my favorite cash-in. Might just pip Seth. I really do love that cash-in for Dolph at the Izod Center. It was fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, I love I love a lot of what Dolph did. The problem is it's just been so long since he's had anything really to get his teeth into. I mean, they gave him an NXT title run last year. So he got that, but I mean, that's a long way away from main roster world championship stuff, you know? Or even like a good feud on the main roster. Like, it feels like it's been a little while there. He's kind of doing a little summit with Mustafa Ali at the moment, but don't know if that's grabbing people's attention, to be honest. I don't care for either, said Austin, but Ziggler's better. Show has been decent, says Kyle. Big Time Baxter said Dolph hasn't been relevant since about 2016. Miz is in the ring with Seth then. We are underway with this encounter. Who do you think wins Money in the Bank, considering it's in London? Well, I mean, I don't know that... I don't know that it'll be someone English or British. I mean, I feel like there will be someone English, probably British more so, that will have an opportunity on one of those matches. I mean, I can't see them doing Money in the Bank and not having Drew in a prominent position, or maybe Butch or Ridge Holland or Sheamus is from Ireland. That's not far away. It's probably as close to home as Gunther's going to get. So I don't know. I mean, like, it could be like it could be a good night for European wrestlers. I don't know that there's like a big, obvious British star outside of, say, Drew. Unless there's someone I'm forgetting. I mean, Butch feels quite a distance away, doesn't he? Unless we're really going to make some moves with him after WrestleMania and really do something different. I mean, you've got, Piper Niven for the women's? I mean, they're maybe trying to build her as a bit more credible. She's from Scotland. So maybe Piper for the women's could be it. And then, like, you know, the men could be anyone, couldn't it? To be honest, I mean, it's in London. I just think put on a good show. I don't think necessarily let's try and shoehorn in some British person that, you know, potentially isn't the best option. It's just, you know, be great for the crowd. I would just go with, let's go whoever we think is the right person to win it, whoever that might be, whatever nationality they are, you know. We don't normally watch Money in the Bank really thinking along those lines. It's just because what with it being in London, it does feel significant. Seth in control. Damian Priest. Tegan Knox is Welsh. Yeah, that would take some work. It's not impossible. It would take some work. My pick for Money in the Bank is LA Knights. Yeah. Trini said Dolph fell into an unfortunate spot. If being good at making others look better, now they use him as enhancement talent rather than a star. The Miz is higher than MJF in wrestling history. Valuable option. The Miz is higher than MJF in wrestling history. In wrestling history. Yeah. I mean, right now, yeah. I mean, The Miz has been WWE World Champion, main evented WrestleMania, has got a really long career. He's got longevity, you know, feud with like various different people. Lots of great feuds, including, you know, most recently that one with Logan, which would have got a lot of attention on social media. So, yeah, I don't think that's too controversial. Whether The Miz and MJF both end their careers and Miz is the bigger star, that's going to be debatable. That'll be, but I mean, we just don't know, do we? But yeah, I don't think that's too controversial right now. I feel like MJF is still growing. I mean, he's won one world title, AEW world title. He's doing some really good stuff over there. But yeah. Yeah, I feel comfortable that The Miz has had the bigger career. He's had the longer career. He's had the better career. I don't even know why I'm trying to justify it. I think it's because MJF is so good. You know what I mean? He's so good. He's such a great talent. He's a really good talker. He is the world champion in AEW. He's got a lot going for him. And The Miz is The Miz. Do you know what I mean? But I suppose in a way, The Miz doesn't really get the respect he deserves. He's a bona fide Hall of Famer. He'll absolutely go in the Hall of Fame. But, yeah. Jessen said, Nick Aldis versus Cody Rhodes 3 WWE Championship match. Shot to the back of the head there by Seth. Curb stomp by Seth on Miz. Days, do you think we will see Cena and so many wrestlers and legends make in-ring returns this year? Yeah, well, it feels pretty good for Cena, doesn't it? Because of the news he's coming back in a few weeks' time. So that feels pretty good. Crowd are cheering for Seth. Here we go, charging over. Bang! Curb stomp. Curb stomp connects to The Miz. I think the crowd want one more. Madcap and Emma win their respective Money in the Banks. Ethan said Sammy for Money in the Bank. Moolah said my pick for Money in the Bank is Enzo Amore. He could jump out the crowd, couldn't he? Knowing Enzo. Cheeky. Seth, again, going for another one. The referee saying no. And he curb stomps him again. He's going to get DQ'd. Oh. Seth wins by ref stoppage. So, Seth wins by ref stoppage. I really thought the ref was... Because the ref told him, don't do it again. So, Seth Rollins curb stomping Miz, and then curb stomped him again. Referee was like, no. And Seth did it anyway. And then the ref goes over and awards the victory to Seth. I thought that he might DQ him. Thanks, Honey Bunny. Okay, Carmella gets awarded her match by Adam Pearce. Chelsea Green. So she's on the phone. Chelsea's in the wrong place. She's in Michigan, in Illinois, apparently. He puts the phone down on her. Oh, hello. Alpha Academy are posing in a mirror backstage. Otis. Oh, here's Bronson Reed. Is this how you prepare for a match? Get ready to model a full body cast. So, Otis stepping up to Bronson. It's pretty fun. Bronson walks off. Right, we've got some carpet being laid. It's going to be Ding Dong. Hello. Fine, it's been a long time. We saw it on NXT, but it's been a while, I think, since we've seen it on the main roster. Ding Dong, hello. Triple T, hello. Sonny said you miss Triple T. I always miss Triple T. But hello, Triple T. I hope you are well. Hope you enjoyed Elimination Chamber. Days, in my opinion, the last interesting Miz storyline was the one with Mizdow. That was comedy gold. Mizdow was awesome. That was so much fun. Yeah, Mizdow, I mean, oh man. I really felt for Sandow because I thought that he could have really gone on to, kicked on after that. The crowd were with him and really enjoyed his work. I seem to remember we got Axel Mania, and then I remember Sandow doing like a Macho Man impression. I'm struggling to remember anything beyond that. So I don't think we really capitalized on that too much. But yeah, brilliant. Love Miss now. A lot of people don't watch Ziggler's run wasn't noticeable, so that to that part of the universe. We still haven't got through the second hour. Looking through the comments on Cody and Paul, people enjoyed it. I didn't get it, says Felix. I mean, yeah, cool. I think I got it. We spoke about it and afterwards, and it's just Paul basically saying, like, if you do beat Roman, then you're gonna be on the roads. You're going to be away from your family. You're going to basically do to your family what your dad did to you. And just kind of trying to get into his head. Also saying that, like, about how, about his wife as well, about Brandy. That's the bit that I found a bit strange. He said, I would never say anything as crass as, like, Roman will be around to keep your wife company whilst you're away. Because Roman's a happily married man, but I'm not. So he was kind of implying that not only will Cody be on the roads, but, Paul Heyman could snuggle up to Brandy. I mean, the image of that is terrifying. So I think it was that. But as we said, it just didn't have the same punch. And kind of felt a bit flat to me compared to what we'd seen before. Big Time Baxter said, it's far-fetched to think Roman retains. Everyone seems to think it's a guaranteed Cody win. WWE could save Sammy for Money in the Bank win and cash in on Roman for SummerSlam in front of 40,000, said Big Time Baxter. Is it far-fetched to think that? Is it far-fetched to think that? I think, I think so, to be honest. I don't, everything seems to suggest that they are saving Roman for Cody. Again, I know that Austin wants Roman to get to the 1,000 days. So Austin's hoping they're saving him for that, thinking they're saving him for that. I think they're saving him for Cody. Either way, I don't think they're saving him for a Money in the Bank cash in. I really think if you was going to do the Sammy moment, you would have done it Saturday. Sammy winning Money in the Bank and cashing in that way. I mean, it's not going to be as special. It's not going to be the same crowds. It's not going to be Saturday. So I feel like Saturday was if that's the plan, if that's what they were working towards, I just think they would have done it on Saturday. Cynthia, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Cynthia said, I honestly don't really want to see Sammy and Kevin going for the titles. They need to keep building Sammy and Jay. I think in the end, it will be Jay and Roman, like how it was before the bloodline. So you want to see Jay and Roman, and you want to go that way. Right, we've got Bailey Ding Dong. Hello, Cynthia. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Could it be? Family Day. She said today's family day and she's going to spend the day with her family. And her family, of course, EO and Dakota. Triple T said it's my bedtime. Good night, Triple T. See you tomorrow. Maybe. Bailey says that they're underappreciated. Vince to push Triple H backstage for Roman's 1,000-day reign, said Austin. Mercedes Moné. Good match. I mean, I never watched it, but from the clips and reaction I've seen, good. Okay, she's putting over Damage Control, and there's boos for Damage Control. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guiding the way, says Dakota. We've been able to dominate this division for over 100 days. Okay, so Dakota just talking about all the teams they've beaten. Here's Becky. Becky interrupts him. Big time coming down. The man. Batman. Na 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 Becky. Okay, so here is Big Time. Crowd's excited. It's been 9 full moons since you defended those titles. So she's making fun of the fact those belts haven't been defended in a while. Okay, Becky wants them. Becky wants to take them at WrestleMania. You and who? You've got no friends. You and Rue. You and Rue, you've got no friends. Here's Lita. Okay, so Lita making her way down. Okay, so Becky and Lita. I wonder what... I mean... Are they going to do just these two against those two and have Trish as a part of the build? Or are they going to put Trish in and make it like a 3-on-3 thing? They knock on the door and Bailey's like, you're not welcome. I'd love it if they walked off. Hello? You're not welcome. Oh. Lita chants. Lita chants. Jacob said Trish is backstage. Lita and Lynch as tag team champions. Do you remember last time you was in the ring together, you tried to end each other? Lita said, we're over it. We're past what happened last year. Becky said, I get a bit Gollum-y when titles are concerned. If I can't get a title by going against Becky Lynch, I like the plan of winning one with Becky Lynch. An official challenge. Tag title match. Dakota's like, no, thank you. You guys are not even close to have earned a shot at the tag titles. Becky said she's one of the greatest to ever do it. Hall of Famer. I'm the first woman to main event WrestleMania and win it. 6-time women's champion. I think that's enough. They won't have a problem defending their titles then, right? Maybe they're scared. Hearing Lita's music takes me back to the good old days. Rivy said, I love how EO always looks so confused. I agree. I do genuinely think she stands there not knowing what's being said. I actually don't know what her command of English is like, but I agree. She does always stand looking very confused. Okay, so Becky and Lita grab a hold of the tag belts, hold them up, chuck them at... no one's doing anything? Io and Dakota look a bit weak here. Do you know what I mean? Like, these two have come down, grabbed their belts. Io looks just confused by what's going on. Dakota just keeps looking at Bayley. I don't know if there was I don't know if that... Did that maybe just not quite go to plan or something? I really don't know. Champions just look really sad. Io sat on the seat, looked at her title and was like... Here's Candice going over to Nikki. Always thought these were going to go in a feud. I think they're going to work together, maybe. This seems quite friendly. I can't focus on next week's match and you. What? What is it? What did she say? Just whispered something. What did she say? All her friends are gone and she's alone. Oh. 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 I don't have anyone. I'm alone. I'm so alone. Oh. I should imagine her Twitter feed just blew up. You're not alone. We love you. That's nice, that is. Oh. Oh. What's wrong with Nikki? She's lonely. Oh. That's sad. Shush, please. Oh. We're with you, said DFS Chief. Sanity is all gone. Big Damo is gone. All her friends are dead. I don't know that they're dead. I think we've gone quite dark there and we didn't need to. I don't think they're dead. They're just gone. All her friends are gone. She was in a tag team with Alexa and that's gone. And she was with Sanity and they're gone. And she was in a partnership with Piper Niven and they're gone. And now she's looking for a new friend and... Oh, I'm here for this story. I'm here for this story. Oh, dead. Lol. One of her friends is dead. One's in Germany. She's married to the other one, said Kim. Was there a QR code behind Saxton during the interview? I didn't see one. Maybe I should have been looking for one. I didn't see one. Let's have a look on Twitter. See what's being said. Bum, 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 bum. Just putting QR into Twitter. If there was one there, then Twitter would have picked up on it. No one has mentioned one on Twitter. If you put QR in WWE or QR. No. Nothing that I can see, according to Twitter. And I'd have to think that there would be people, eagle-eyed Bray fans, keeping an eye out for such a thing. I didn't notice one. Did you see Lita and Becky with the titles? I did, yes. Nikki should fight in a straitjacket, said Cursed One, and win. And we need a blindfold gimmick as well. James said, all Nikki needs is a Tony Khan hug. Oh my God. I don't know that anyone needs a Tony Khan hug. That might snap her out of it, actually. If she was like, I haven't got any friends, I just need some friends. And then like Tony Khan gives her a big hug, just doesn't let her go. I'm pretty sure at some point she's going to be like, you can let me go now. I've decided I don't need friends. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'm all right on my own, thank you. There was a QR code, says Camblogs. There was a QR code. Send me the picture then, if anyone's got the image of it, because right now it has not been picked up by anyone. I've not been sent anything on Twitter about it. And if you put QR into, could it be a QR code on a box that's, I mean, they do use QR codes for other things. Like if it's really small and clearly not meant to be scanned by us at home, then is it a case that it's on the side of one of the trunks and like it's a QR code that maybe you scan it and it tells you, what truck it goes on or what's inside? Like it's an actual QR code that's actually used. Could it be that? Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't. If it's big and scannable by us, amazing. If it's like really small and it's clearly on the side of a box and it's, you look at it and go, okay, that's meant to be there, then could it be that? Could it be that? All I can do is tell you that I didn't see one. And when you put QR into Twitter, no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it. I would love to hear the dispatch and helicopter landing with lights flashing and smoke. Sanity was great, said Moolah. I like the idea of Lita and Becky winning the tag titles. It's not a shame, but it's not a shame people like Liv who have been working hard for a Mania spot will miss out. Well, I mean, we don't know what they might have something for Liv. I actually think if Liv was just in a singles match and you gave it a stipulation like, weapons or last woman standing or TLC or something along those lines, I actually think that'd be all right. I think that'd be pretty good. I feel like Liv just needs to keep being credible, I mean, she had a great showing at the Rumble. She had a great showing at Elimination Chamber. I know she didn't maybe last the longest, but it took 2 women to eliminate her, and she never tapped. Do you know what I mean? She passed out, and that's always a cool look. We're just giving Liv like these cool moments, you know? And I feel like we can do that again at WrestleMania. So, all right, she's not going to be involved in any of the championship matches, but can we put her in a feud, give her a cool moment? Give her a WrestleMania moment? Give her like something like flaming table, or do you know what I mean? You could do that. You could have a flaming table. It's a bit tricky with the women and their hair, of course. Don't need that. I don't know. I'm sure you can think of something. Something extreme. Some sort of WrestleMania moment for Liv that will get people going, oh my God, that was so cool. I think that would be all right for her. That'd be all right. I would agree. If she's not on it at all, I think that is disappointing. She does work hard. Do you think Chris Jericho will return in the near future? I don't know. I think he's enjoying his role in AEW. I think he's paid well. I think he's just got the freedom to do pretty much what he wants. I think he's having fun trying to get over a few of the other stars. I know the consensus is that he's just using everyone else's heats and using everyone else's when they're over, you know, momentum. But I think he is also trying to help get some people over. You know, we've seen him in a lot of groups. I think he does see himself as this massive deal, and people just being in the same segments as him are elevated, which, you know, you can argue is true or not true. But I think all of that goes towards him, I think, having a pretty good time at the moment. And, you know, I'm sure he can fit in Fozzy in around. I'd imagine there's maybe a bit more flexibility than there was in WWE. So, don't know, difficult. Oh, there's Maxine. Maxine is watching Otis. So, I don't know, would he come back? The money was good. Contract was up. Gave him a good creative story to get his teeth into. I feel like he's got a good relationship with Tony and AEW. I can see him going in Hall of Fame, though. Definitely see that at some point. How are roughly 1.5 able to sit through a 3-hour show? If we didn't have the stream, it'd be a drag. People are just immune to it. If you didn't have the stream, could you sit and watch Raw? Yeah, I could sit and watch Raw. I don't know that I would sit and watch all of it absolutely intently. I feel like I would probably be sat here doing whatever work and have it on. It would probably be something like that. So, there's been some all right. I mean, I don't think it's been the strongest show, but there's been some all right stuff. Otis on the outside, distracted by Maxine Dupree and Bronson getting a splash. Leah said, I think Cody will lose at WrestleMania just because Roman is looking so good. I think the only person who could beat Roman is Seth. He might get in Roman's head, says Leah. Interesting. Do you think AOP will return? Well, I can't see why not if Triple H wants them. If Triple H wants them, why not? I can't see them turning him down. So Bronson with a big splash lands on Gable, picks up the win. And we got Otis on the outside, distracted. Lovely splash. Great looking splash. Otis distracted by Maxine Dupree. I sent you a photo of the QR on Instagram. And I mean, honestly, apart from uploading on Instagram, I never go on Instagram, buds. I do have one though by Smurfy Tunes has sent me it. It's in a box. It's in a crate. I must admit it's a bit tricky, that one. Because it's hard to judge from this image how big it is. Sort of feels like it's not a focus, and it's actually got a bit of the crate in front of it, so it doesn't. My initial reaction is it's not one for us. I can try and scan it and see if it does anything, but it might not pick it up. Yeah, I mean, I've got the image of it, and the QR reader can't even pick it up. The crate being in front of it, I think that means it's not for us, to be honest. As I said, I mean, like, QR codes, they do actually use them as well. Like, they do actually, I've seen, like, really small ones on the side of some of the actual backstage things, so I don't think that is for us. Having seen it, and seeing that there's, like, a bit of, like, the crate that goes over the top of it, so it's not even that clear. And then the fact that I've got the image that's been sent by Smurfy Tunes, which I appreciate, and you try to scan it and it's not, it doesn't scan. So my initial reaction is that it's just one that's in the background. Looking forward to SmackDown because of the Funhouse, said Austin. Junior said, put the tag belts on Becky and Lita next week so that they wrestle Ronda and Shayna at Mania. Days, maybe the Hurt Business finally get together and jump Brock. Then we finally get Wyatt 6 being introduced on the road to Mania against the Hurt Business. Max said, Liv said in an interview she's been pitching crazy ideas like death matches. Oh. That makes sense to me. That makes sense. Makes sense as to why she would do that. Because I think she is getting some really credible moments. And, you know, they're just really building her up. They're trying to build up her credibility. And I think it'll work. You know, just keep giving her moment after moment after moment. Rumble was great for her. Chamber, I really don't think Chamber was a massive negative. I know people wanted her to win, and you know, she was in the running, but I don't think she was favorite. She wasn't favorite in my mind to win the Elimination Chamber. So, you know, the fact it took 2 people to eliminate her, it's not bad. So yeah, if she is going to be doing like death matches and things along those lines, interesting. Ledge Killer, hello. The only way I see Edge winning the US title is if Cena's music plays and Theory gets distracted and Edge rolls up Theory 1, 2, 3. Liv could be the new queen of Extreme. Yeah? It sounds a little strange, but she was showing that last year when she lost the title and then she was like jumping off like scaffolding backstage. And I remember her launching herself onto, I think, was it Lacey Evans on a table? Like there was quite a few table chants and she was getting tables. Do you remember Sonya? She got all them chairs, chucked them in and then did like this suplex. So yeah, you could, there's something there. There's definitely something there. Here's Elias. Here's Boogs is backstage taking notes. No bigger star than Elias. There's no bigger star than Elias. The question. Boogs is taking notes. Who wants to walk with Elias at WrestleMania? Who wants to walk with Elias at WrestleMania? Who's it going to be? Who's going to step up to Elias? Bibbs. Well, it ain't going to be Bibbs because Bibbs already said once he deals with Brock, You can be next, you creep. So he's sent a message to Bray. This is a bit, I feel like this is a bit like the Hit Row on SmackDown. Bobby comes in, plants Elias. Elias rolls out the ring. Okay, this could be interesting. This could be. I'm keeping my Braydar on. My Braydar. So right now we're seeing Elias getting destroyed. Corey said, I hope Rick Boogs isn't taking notes on this right now. As Bibbs is destroying Elias. This is more like Who Wants to Destroy Elias? Bobby goes over, grabs the microphone. Everyone's got a plan. Until I slap on the Hurt Lock. Everyone's got a plan until I put on the Hurt Lock. Mentions Bray. No one can break the Hurt Lock. If you disrespect me, I'll put you down. Disrespect me, I'll put you down. Boom, boom. He mentions Bray. Fiend will break it, said Oration Minds. No, nothing, Bray. I'm very surprised at that. I'm very surprised. Even if he wasn't on the show, flickering lights, Bray's logo on the screen. Surprised. Candice against Piper Niven next week. Oh. Take Nikki out shopping. Go to the shops. Go and talk about boys or something. I don't know what they're doing. Will Brock Lesnar show up to accept Omos's challenge next week? The show is disappointing, said Chris. Masters could break it. Question is, could Lashley survive a master lock? Be fun. I don't think we would look to bring him in, but it could be fun. Here's Miz TV. Next week, Hollywood edition. Hollywood. I think the plans might be scrapped, said Meave. Rated R Superstar Edge. Rated R Superstar Edge. I want to see Edge win, but we already know Finn will interfere, said Billy. In your opinion, will Lita and Becky win the titles? That's a good question, that is. That's a good question. I'm thinking yes. But is Lita going to hang around long? I mean, she loves wrestling. She might be sticking around a little bit, but I don't think it would be for ages. I don't think we'd get a 6-month run or anything. So they could win, but I would imagine they would drop them relatively soon. Not like Monday, but maybe WrestleMania Backlash. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe we get a month or so. Yeah, I'd lean towards, yeah. Next week's Raw sounds bad. Only Lesnar getting beat by a Moss and Bobby is the only thing that sounds good, said Junior. Leah said, who's your current favorite wrestlers? Mine are Ray and Randy. I mean, gotta be Sammy at the moment, innit? Loving Sammy, loving Gunther, loving Asuka. Although the dribbling thing is a bit strange. But it's Asuka. I love Asuka. And Roman. Been a great title run. Bianca's cool. She's been a great champion. Gunther's special, though, isn't he? Gunther's special. I haven't performed here in 18 years, said Edge. To win it here and walk into the United States WrestleMania's US champ. Never say never. Never say never. Right, I think it is our main event. So this would mean a lot to Edge. Hey, down. Bray is my favorite, said Cam. Right, Austin Theory. The plans are Brock Gunther at Mania, so I guess that's not happening. Austin Theory making his way down, yeah. A-Town down. Main event time. Austin Theory versus Edge. At WrestleMania, they need to make the heavyweight championship match a multi-pinfall match as a way of splitting the titles. As a way of splitting the title. So you would actually have... I think they do need to split the titles, but I don't know... I'm really giving it thought, and I'm trying to think, like, what would the problem with that be? Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. If Roman was to turn around and say, I'm so tired of everything being on the line all the time. Like, I want to do some matches going forwards where, you know, you've got to beat me twice to get both belts. Why am I defending both belts? You just got to pin me once. Like, but the thing is, why would Roman say that? Because no one's going to pin him. Why would Roman say that? Why would Roman be worried about losing everything by being pinned when Roman just doesn't believe he's going to be pinned anyway? So you need a really good reason as to why Roman would want 2 falls and 1 for each title. You'd need a really good reason for that. And also, I tell you the other thing that might be a problem. If Roman wins the first fall and keeps the Universal, and then Cody wins the second fall and gets the WWE, would there be a tinge of disappointment? Would there be a little tinge of disappointment that Cody I'd only managed to get the 1? I mean, it's still amazing. He's still going to be crying. He's still going to be looking up at the heavens. He's still going to have the belt that matters, giving it kisses and all of this. And his story will have been completed. But I just wonder will some of the fans be like, he couldn't get them both. He got 1 though. Is there just a little downer in there? Might not be the biggest downer, but is it just it's a shame he couldn't just win them both. Like, it's a shame they've done it that way. I don't know. What do you think? I don't think that's going to happen anyway, of course. I think this is just going to be a normal match. And for me personally, I think Cody wins, but it's interesting. They introduced the idea of splitting the title in Cody Heyman promo. That's why Heyman pointed out Roman does it with bloodline help, not on his own like Cody. Anyone is really... They pointed out, they teased, what, splitting the belts? That passed me by. I'd have to rewatch that. They should split the belt, said Rivy. I want Roman to win at Mania, but Cody will win, said Cam Vlogs. Rory said if you have Roman retain the Universal Championship at WrestleMania, you would have to have Jay turn on Roman and win it at SummerSlam. I'm predicting Becky and Lita versus Ronda versus Shayna versus Trish versus Bayley at Mania, says Bonkers. Black History Month, we've got a visit to the wrestling club by Big E and Titus. What if Cody gets them both, then loses only the Universal back to Roman at Raw after Mania? But does that take away from Cody's big win? I don't know. It's interesting, says Blaze. Blaze, hello. Hope you're well. I think the sticking point for me is just finding that reason as to why we're only defending one. That's the sticking point. I don't know why only one gets defended. If Cody wins at WrestleMania, why does Cody then defend the one the next night? Like, that in my mind would make him seem like he's worried. That would make it seem like he's not confident that he's going to be able to beat Roman or whatever and keep both. So this is a way of like, even if I lose, I get to keep one of them type situation, you know? So I don't know that the optics on that look brilliant. And you'd need a really good reason as to why it would just be the one. There are ways of splitting them. I think, though, you might need WWE to come in and intervene, and you might need WWE to say that we want titles to only be defended one at a time. Because if a babyface champion does it, as I said, it might make them seem a bit weak or like they're lacking in confidence. Like, I'm only going to defend the one because I don't want to lose both. Even if I lose, I get to keep one. Whereas if WWE say, look, we want to start doing this, this is a company decision. Well, the champ's just following the company line then. So maybe that's a way to go about it. But I mean, to be honest, I don't see there being any split in the titles. Certainly not at Mania. It'll be. I'd be very interesting. See what it does. I think there's a chance Cody could forfeit one of them. I've said before, I think Cody, what with him being a babyface, could actually say, look, you guys deserve fighting champion. I can't be a fighting champion on Raw and SmackDown. Roman Reigns was not a fighting champion on Raw and SmackDown. We never saw him on Raw. And I don't want to do that to you. You deserve better. These belts need to, be separated. And that's why with a heavy heart, I'm going to forfeit the Universal Championship. And then we get them separated that way. And then we get a tournament for the Universal maybe. And Cody keeps the WWE. Maybe a way of doing it. Makes sense. Doesn't make Cody look weak. It's just him basically saying to the fans, you deserve a fighting champion. I want you to have that. I can't be that on two different brands. Roman wasn't that on two different brands. And these belts have been held hostage for long enough type situation. So could it go that way? Don't know. It's going to be the next big talking point, isn't it? I feel like the belts will be separated again. I don't feel like we're going to stick with this forever. 20 minutes to go. What are your predictions for Money in the Bank? I don't really have any at this stage. I think it's tricky to predict Money in the Bank until you get past WrestleMania, because I mean we need to know where what feuds we've got, who's got momentum, like all that kind of stuff. Like I think it's a little bit tricky. There's plenty of shouts for LA Knight or Money in the Bank. Seeing plenty of people calling for him. I think Piper Niven could be in with a shout because she's a heel. She's big as well. They're booking her very credible. She keeps looking pretty good in some recent performances. Got a big win over Mia Yim last week. Looked good in that. I did say, like, what are we doing with Mia Yim? Because she's only just come in and she came in as the Rhea killer and now she's losing to Piper Niven. But I think, if you look at it from the other flip of the coin, it seems like we are building Piper Niven. And so I'm thinking that there could be something for her in the future. So I don't know. I think it's a tricky one. I think we'll get a better idea post-Mania. Main event up and running. Where do you think Alexa Bliss is, said Alex? Well, there was a report earlier that came out that said that, I think it came from Zero News. Now, again, it's Zero News, right? Some of the stuff that comes out Zero News is good. Some of the stuff that comes out doesn't prove to be correct. I don't think that's a disrespectful thing to say. I think Zero News would agree as well. I seem to remember there being an incident where there was quite a few predictions and the vast majority of them didn't come off. And it could have been bad news or change of plans, or it could be that some of it gets a bit fabricated. I have no idea. So I'm only telling you this so that you know where it's come from. But I think it was on Twitter earlier today that the Bray Alexa Howdy story has been dropped this side of WrestleMania. So I don't know why. I don't know why the Bray Howdy Alexa story has been dropped this side of Mania. Could it be... I don't think she's injured. Because last time we saw her at the Rumble. Have we seen her since? I don't know that we've seen her since. But I mean, even though that match was like only 7 minutes long, there was nothing in there that made me think she was injured. I can only think that maybe creatively they've just changed their minds. Creatively, they've got just a different idea, either for her or for Bray or for Howdy or for that story, or perhaps they're looking at it going, that's not the direction we want to go. Don't know. I'm a bit worried about Alexa for WrestleMania, to be honest, because doesn't seem like the plans are that straightforward anymore. Doesn't seem like the plans are that strong. Yeah. Alexa seems to be on a vacation. She's gone for personal reasons. She took a mental break. Okay. Maybe it's... I can tell you that's completely false, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. How do you know that? How do you know it's false? I'm not doubting you. As I said, I don't know that it's true, and that's where it came from. Like, I do feel a lot more comfortable with if it had come from Fightful, Sean Ross Sapp, dare I say, even if it had come out of Dave Meltzer, rather than coming from Zero News. But Zero News has also got some stuff right. According to Sean Ross Sapp, though, that's only because they tend to get it from other sources and then pass it off as their own information. But I don't know. It's a very messy world that, to be honest, that's got its own dramas. Do you know what I mean? Wrestling's got its own dramas, and wrestling journalism has got its own dramas, and I'm not really interested in wrestling journalistic drama. That's definitely a part of wrestling that I'm not interested in. But if you know that not to be true, that would be interesting. If I see an MMM commercial one more time, I am going to watch a Tyrus MNNM. Oh my God, I can't even talk. I've lost the ability to talk. Tyrus NWA match. James said F-Zero news. He knows F all. Jaden said, do you think WWE are going to redo Sanity? I think Nikki would be perfect for Schism. Lovely work by Edge, who's got, I know we haven't spoke about it, but he's got very Canadian attire this evening. Would Nikki be good in Schism? She would. I actually think Nikki and Ava working together going for the women's tag belts down there could be interesting. Equally, though, I must admit, I'm quite interested in Candice and Nikki. I mean, Candice is a mom. She seems lovely. Obviously in a relationship with Johnny. They seem like really fun, nice people. We saw them in The Way, and that was always fun. And I think Nikki is a bit lost. And I think like being a part of Johnny, Dexter, Candice, that could be good for Nikki. That could be good for Nikki. And I'd be interested to watch that unfold. So that's a story I'm into. I really felt for her, man. I really felt for her. She played it so well when she like, there's no one around. I'm on my own. Like, and she whispered it like this, and then she just walked off. Like, so awkward and timid, and I really felt for her, man. She did so good. So good. So, yeah, I mean, I don't mind Sanity coming back. Sanity were all right. I don't think they ever really did much on the main roster, but they were good down in NXT. But I'm kind of interested to see what we do with her and Candice. I'd like to see Alexa be Braun's manager, said William. That would be interesting. Strowman with Alexa as a manager would get great traction, and it would be great for Braun. Justin said the USA Network is pressuring WWE to have titles split as well. Mr. Quake said she's a good actress. Theory going for the pin on Edge. So we have just come back from commercial break. This match is going to mean quite a bit to Edge, obviously wrestling in Canada. He said for the first time wrestling here in 18 years. So Theory keeping Edge down. I'm better than you, said Theory. This match is so good. We're talking about We're talking about Nikki going to NXT, said JoJo. Who'd you give the advantage to, Jake or Tommy? Give it to Jake. Give it to Jake. I think he's shown more. Thought his win against Anderson Silva was excellent. Forearm by Edge. Austin Theory in the corner. Takedown. Edge goes into the middle turnbuckle. Austin Theory on the outside. Through the ropes. Drop kick. Down goes Edge. Looking for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Do you like Theory, how he's the United States champ? Do you think it should be on a veteran like Bobby? Commercial break. I like Theory. I think Theory, I mean, undeniably a future world champion. Someone that we need to be building up, giving credible moments to. I suppose in a way a bit like Liv. You know, we're giving Liv credible moments. Rumble performance, take 2 people to get her out of Elimination Chamber, even then not tapping out. You know, I feel like, you know, we've got to do the same here with Theory. And since he has gone a bit more serious, I think we are seeing, obviously, him going toe-to-toe with people now. Before, he was taking selfies, messing around, losing matches, all that kind of stuff. Whereas now, he seems to want to prove that he is as good as everyone and wants to be a little bit more legit, you know? I remember like him being in the ring calling out like Bobby. Bobby would come out. The old Theory would have run a mile. this theory stood his ground and like toe to toe with Bobby. And so like it looks like we're trying to make him a lot more credible now. So yeah, I mean, look, at the moment, this is serving the purpose. It's helping elevate, give TV time, give credible opponents. I mean, look at him. Here he is. Here, I mean, like he's just come out of Elimination Chamber. Fast forward 48 hours. Now here he is on Raw fighting Edge for the United States Championship. So it's putting him in some big situations. Dare I say situations that he might not be in, or might be a bit harder to do if he didn't have the belt. So, yeah, I think it's working for him. I think it's working. Who knows? It could be John Cena next. John Cena. And if he gets the win there, that'll be quite the win. I mean, a clean win tonight against Edge would be quite the win as well, but something tells me it's probably not going to be clean. If he faces Cena at Mania, he has to go over, said Jaden. I'm looking forward to Theory's face turn in the future, said Fiend Truss. Zoe Killer said Austin just has to go through the worst heel phase, then gets betrayed to become a face. LA Knight is great on the mic too, yeah. Damn M&Ms, said Erasure Mine. They're so colourful. Damn you, M&Ms. Damn you. LA Knight was awesome as Eli Drake, yeah, said Rivy. Theory's going to bury Cena, said Austin. Do you think Triple H's comments on AEW being a P-Ant company still hold weight, considering 4 years later they are stuck around 800,000, even with NXT moving nights? No. Because I don't know what the expectation for AEW is, to be honest. I mean, AEW is the second biggest promotion in wrestling promotion in, well, certainly North America, but I mean, I don't know how it's I don't know what the numbers are for CMLL or AAA in Mexico. I don't know what their TV deals are like, what their viewership is like in their own countries. I don't know how many Japanese people tune in and watch New Japan. So how AEW compares... I know WWE's the market leader, right, in the world. But I don't know how AEW and their performance, their 820,000 they get for Dynamite, how does that compare to other wrestling promotions around the world? We could, and I don't have this information, but we could be talking about the second biggest wrestling promotion in the world. They could be the second biggest, even if you judge them not by how many Americans tune into New Japan and tune into CMLL, but how many Mexicans tune into CMLL, how many Mexicans tune into AAA, how many Japanese people tune into New Japan. Like, if you look at ratings that way, and maybe look at how much the companies are worth, but I don't know if that's as good a metric, to be honest, because Tony has certainly spent money, right? He's got some big stars. And also being in America, I have to think that might help their value compared to being based in Mexico, which, you know, I've got to think that hurts your value a little bit being in Mexico. So either way, we could potentially be talking about the second biggest wrestling promotion in the world. Does that make them a P-Ant company? Don't know. Where do you draw the line on that? Don't know. He's putting them down because they're not in WWE's league, you know? But, I mean, what point did we expect them to be in WWE's league? It's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult. If the expectation was they were going to open up and take WWE down immediately, which I just don't think it was, then they've clearly failed. If the plan was to open up and provide a viable alternative, well, did they succeed in that? I would have to say yeah, because here we are 4 years later. They're still around, doing 800,000. Still, one of the highest rated shows. potentially the second biggest wrestling company, and they've survived for 4 years. Don't know. I don't. Depends where your what your expectation for them was. Kick out by Austin Theory. We got 5 minutes to go. AEW need to use Juice Robinson better. I'm hearing rumors of Demon Balor against Edge at Mania, said Jaden. Well, that would be interesting because I think Edge wins at Mania, but does he win against the Demon Balor? Because Demon Balor can't lose. Surely. I mean, he already lost to Roman, and that sucked. Edge landing on his feet. Down goes Austin Theory. Crossfaces in. Theory trying to get over to the ropes. Trying to get to the ropes, trying to crawl over. Theory gets his foot on the rope. And Edge has to break the holds. Crowd's behind Edge here as Edge gets up to his feet. Down goes Edge, Austin Theory looking for the pin, using the ropes. Referee spots it. Referee spots that the ropes were used. Edge trying to roll up Theory. 1, 2. Kick out by Theory. Might as well end the poll. 57% of you think that Theory is going to retain. Down goes Theory. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Give it Demon Balor versus Edge. Demon has it, ends in DQ interference, said Sonny. Right, we've got Edge getting up to his feet. Do you think Montez is a future world champion? I think he could get there, yes. I think he could get there. The only problem is it's going to be very cluttered in the men's division, and it's just going to be very difficult. I think if you want to get him there, you can get him there. Balor interferes over the top rope. Edge looking for the pin. Kick out by Theory. Finn Balor kicks Edge up on the shoulders of Theory. A-Town down, and that should do it. So Theory retains because of Balor. Balor jumps in, starts unloading on Edge. Another kick coming in. Another Canadian losing in the main event in Canada. They love it, don't they? WWE just get a real kick out of hometown people losing in their, like, you know, hometown heroes coming up short. Coup de grace by Finn Balor. Edge being 50-50 bucks. You know what fans in Canada want? To see every Canadian lose in Canada. It's why we watch. It's why we tune in. It's why we root for our favourites, just so we can buy tickets when they come home, watch them lose. the WWE way. I would like my theory to happen, said Sonny, because if it's both demon side against each other, they can just have DQ by someone else interfering, both get saved by not being pinned. Edge Balor WrestleMania, said Theodore. Balor's gone up top. Coup de grace. Coup de grace. And we get the little thing coming on now, so I think we are moments away. Fightful is reporting that Demon Balor is on his way back, said James. Austin said, I freaking love that they gave Theory the win over Edge. That's amazing. Donald said, this feud will never end. Well, the thing came on, but we haven't gone away from it. Right now, we got Edge down in the ring. Balor walks off. Edge is still down, and there we go. Now they cut it. I think, did they just momentarily forget to cut the feed, maybe? Balor, on his own here, I didn't see Dominic or Rhea or anyone like that around. Doesn't this continue to make Theory look like a weak champion? He keeps winning with help and doesn't have a credible win yet, said Dad Stuff. He is benefiting from others. I don't know that it makes him necessarily a weak champion because, I mean, he's not losing, for example. He's just gone in there and had a, pretty good length match with Edge. And the people that are interfering are not people that are his people. It's not like he's got a bloodline and they're jumping in and whatever. So it's just that, people when they're challenging, like Seth and Logan, or here we've got Edge and Balor. So, like, it's a good way of doing it because, like, it's not Theory's fault. Theory's trying to win these matches clean. He's trying to show that he's the present. Like, it's not his fault. So, I mean, what I would say is it's definitely not as satisfying for Theory. It's not as credible for Theory as if he was to win clean here. It doesn't, the tick isn't as big. The dub is still a dub, but it's a lowercase dub rather than a capital dub because a clean win over Edge, that's a statement. Whereas this one obviously only happened because of outside interference, but it's still a dub, innit? Still a dub. Just like going into Elimination Chamber and walking out of Elimination Chamber, still a dub. Still plenty of opportunity for him to have lost at Elimination Chamber, and there was plenty of opportunity for him to have lost in this main event, but he didn't. He came through both, so... Theory's a heel. He's doing what characters are meant to do, says Maggie. He's not doing anything, though, is he? I mean, I don't think he told Balor to do this. I think Balor's done it of his own accords. He might have told Balor, but I don't think he did. Balor, I think, just upset about what happened last night. Edge down in one. ATL is disappointing. Asuka is the only woman in WWE to win the Rumble, Money in the Bank, and the Chamber, says James. Right, get in your scores. What did you think about the show? What did you think? Roll on the Firefly Funhouse on Friday, said Cam Vlogs. Can't wait until SmackDown, said Theodore. Asuka rocks, says Maggie. But Wisp with the 6, Michael with the 6. Austin Theory is the future, said Excellence of Execution. Samantha said, what's up with LA Knight? He was doing good, but seems to have been cut off. I think they're waiting for the next creative story for him, and it's not Bray. So we did see LA Knight. I can't remember what happened in his segment. He said he was moving on from Bray. He made it clear that he was moving on. I can't remember how that ended. Oh, did Carrion interrupt? I feel like Carrion might have interrupted, and then we ended up just going into something to do with Carrion and Ray. Yeah, I think we're waiting for something for him creative-wise. 4.2 said John. Other than Sammy and KO, this was a nothing burger of Raw, said John. LA Knight is selling the Uncle Howdy elbow drop, said Jojo. Asuka, future Hall of Famer. Oh, I agree with that. What I want to see is One needs to play some Nintendo with Nikki Cross. Looking at you, Michael Cole. That's a nice callback, actually, because she did say to Michael Cole, will you be my best friend? So her feeling like she needs that. She did say that to Michael Cole. It's a good pickup, that is. She did say that to Michael Cole, will you be my best friend? So her now admitting to Candice that she doesn't have any friends is... I think we all just want to do a meet and greet with Nikki and just all give her cuddles. Oh, mates. Come on. Chin up. Wrestle Andy said, Days, Wobbly Walrus and Brandy Rhodes' romance angle is going to be better than the entire Bloodline story. I want to see every minute of that. I don't want a single second of that romance to pass me by. I want Paul Heyman, Brandy. I want to see them going on dates. I want to see what they buy each other for Valentine's. I want to see Brandy talking about what she sees in Paul that she just never quite saw in Cody. I want to see it all. I'm definitely here for that. We need to bring Wobbly Walrus back, said Phase Coasters. It will be like Otis and Mandy all over again. James said, who needs friends anyway? Just get in the way, don't they? Overrated. You have to remember birthdays and talk to them. I agree. Che Gaming, good night to you. Nikki was hugging Michael Cole tonight in her match, said Jojo. I do feel for Nikki. She just wants a friend. Right, let's go down. Imagine the walrus puppets in the Firefly Funhouse. Canadians were in silence on Saturday when Sammy lost. Flashbacks of Brock beating the streak. WWE couldn't help but give them more heartache. Michael Cole wasn't there. Christmas gifts and all. Are you streaming on Friday? Of course. Maggie said, I like Benny Hill better than Monty Python. Yeah, we're also streaming tomorrow as well. Of course, we will be back for NXT. Oh, God, the decision I have to make is, are we doing AEW? That's going to be a decision. Tony Khan's got an announcement, and I can only imagine it's Ariel Helwani sucks. So, I don't know. What's your excitement level for Revolution? I don't know. I really don't know. I have been struggling with AEW for a little while. And for a little while, I've been saying, like, is this the week? Is this the week? And I just really got to the point where I was like, nah, this isn't working for me on Wednesday just gone. And as I said, I genuinely have no interest in watching that show just to criticize it. I've got no interest. I seriously have got other things that I could be getting on with, things that I would much rather be getting on with. So, if people watch it and really enjoy it, that's brilliant. That's great. Yeah, if there's people watching it and it works for them, brilliant. No shade from me. But I don't want to be watching a show every week that I don't enjoy. So I don't have any interest in watching it just to rip into it, right? As much fun as people might think that is, as I said, there's other things that I would rather do. So I'm not a fan of where the product currently is. I think that it's lacking quite a bit. I don't think there's like really any stories that are that engaging. I think some of the stuff is a bit silly. I'm just struggling with it. I'm really struggling with it. So I need to make that decision. That's the decision that needs to be made. But again, listen, if you watch it and you enjoy it, I'm pleased for you. Brilliant. I mean, I'm not saying this because I'm trying to put them down. I'm saying it because I genuinely do have a decision that needs to be made. And I've been fully focused on Elimination Chamber, so I have not even thought about it. But I mean, it's one of them, innit? You turn around and you go, oh my God, it's Tuesday tomorrow. I can't believe it's already Tuesday. Like, where's the week gone? Where has the week gone? So, like, yeah, it's turned around and boom, Tuesday. Sometimes it can feel a bit of a chore to sit through. Jojo said we should do a poll on that. All released wrestling. AEW for me is just a bit flat lately, said Jaden. Yeah, I mean, it's not a case of like watching it to hate on it or, I don't know, trying to send a message or anything like this. I would much rather just step away. And then once it gets good again and like some stories pick up and things get going and you go, okay, yeah, I'm into that. I like this. I like that. Go back into it. I mean, that's the great thing with wrestling. You can step away if it's just not where you're interested, you know? I mean, the idea that you have to watch everything and love everything, I mean, it's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. There you can watch everything and everything's brilliant and perfect. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with stepping away and then going back to it once it, you know, finds its feet again. So, yeah, just a decision that needs to be made. Justin said, why did Paul tell the Usos to stay home to see what they wouldn't see if they were there, but nothing came from it, said Justin. Well, I mean, look, we'll see what gets said because that's not finished, is it? I mean, clearly Jimmy and Jay didn't stay at home. And more than that, clearly Jay is not on the same page as Roman. So we've got to address it. We've got to go and focus on that again. So we will, and be interesting to see what comes out of that conversation. So, yeah, I don't think we're done with that. We are done with this stream, though. I need to go off and do the review. So we will go off and do the review. But what did you score WWE Raw? 34% said 7 to 7.5. 28% said 8 to 10. 28% said 6 to 6.75. 7% said 5.75 or below. That's really interesting. So the majority, but not by much, was in the 7s. And then you had 28% of people that thought it was above that. And then you had 28% of people that thought it was below that. So it feels like, I felt like I was saying 6s a lot, 6 point something at the halftime score. I think that they might have just increased it in the second part. But yeah, general feeling is that this was all right. Maybe like didn't blow the doors off, but hey ho, you know, furthered some stories. And I think we're all feeling for Nikki tonight, if nothing else. So boom, we're done. Right, appreciate the support, of course. Thank you to everyone that's stopped by. We are back tomorrow for NXT. Obviously, we got SmackDown coming up as well. Jake Paul stream is already set up for Saturday. Jake Paul, Tommy Fury. Sunday, actually. I think I need to have a look at UFC because I think we could do UFC and Jake Paul because I think they don't clash. So I need to look into that. But yeah, appreciate the support. I'm going to go off and do the review and hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.